Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back. This is Xanthus with Xanthus Gaming. We're back in Diablo 3 Necromancer closed beta, and we are almost level 70. I didn't quite finish it up. I did a couple levels on my own last night because I couldn't sleep very well, but I didn't want to hit 70 off stream. So we're back to hit 70, do some rifts, get some blood shards, try to get ready to try out a set or two. Oops, sorry. So, let's pop in, do a rift, hit 70, and go from there. I was running like a no-thought summoner build to kind of just finish out those last couple levels. You know, those last couple levels, like 68 to 70, can be a little bit rough just because your gear's lacking, you know. You're wearing all 61s, everything's scaled higher, you know, that kind of thing. So let's put on a little bit of background music from No Copyright Sounds. If you guys haven't ever heard of them, feel free to check them out. They create royalty-free music for YouTube creators, and it's just some good music to listen to in the background while you're gaming too. We're going to go with the melodic dubstep playlist here. Of course, credit is in the video link below. Yeah, it should be fine on volume, hopefully. Alright. Freeze that guy. Let's throw a corpse down there so we can explode a corpse. Freeze that guy. Freeze that guy. We're getting hit by these wraiths, so we're gonna actually refocus our skeletons on them. And we're spamming basically our main damage dealer at the moment is a combination of corpse explosions. If we don't have any corpses, we can start things off by commanding the golem to hit the area that we want to start exploding corpses. That'll create 8 corpses. Then we can explode them. We have Army of the Dead for times where we encounter multiple elite packs or for Rift Guardians. We have Command Skeletons Freezing Grasp because it will freeze enemies that we refocus our skeletons on, and there's no cooldown, so we can refocus them on multiple enemies. Whatever we have the essence for, we can do. And then the main thing we're using right now for damage, just the steady damage, is Bone Spikes, Path of Bones, which is a generator, so you wouldn't think, you know, hey, why would you use that? Well, we got a pair of Depth Diggers, so it doubles their damage. So the Bone Spikes, Path of Bones actually does as much damage as Bone Spear does, and does as much damage as Death Nova and all the other, like, just regular secondaries for me at the moment, just because of the gear I have, I'm sure. But at the moment it does as much. We also took the passive to increase the damage the further it is from us, the further the Bone Spear or Bone Spikes are from us, so it scales pretty well. And we figured that, you know, with the minions tanking for us, we're free to just, you know, sit back and do that sort of thing. I need to be exploding corpses more though, because that's the helping us push forward type thing. We also dropped the movement speed in favor of keeping our Skeleton Mage alive longer. That was when we were using Skeleton Mage. I suppose we're not really using that anymore, so we can go back to having the movement speed. I was playing around with using Skeletal Mage Contamination last night, which was pretty fun. But let's grab the movement speed whenever we blow up a corpse. That'll just help us move along a little bit faster. We can blow up corpses and get movement speed boosts once it's active. Oops, I accidentally activated Army of Dead. Didn't mean to. Meant to activate my golem. My bad. On the corpse explosion, we are taking Bloody Mess so that the radius of it is quite a bit more. It helps a lot. Just command the skeletons on that guy, the ones that are left over. So one thing I do notice is that things like Arcane Cutters or Orbiter, they shred your command skeletons quite a bit. They die rather easily. So I'm thinking, like, if you're going with this build, a Pet Enhancer, whatever the pet legendary gem is, I think that's going to be pretty essential to making any sort of pet build work, just so your pets stay alive. I'm most interested in trying out the set that uses Corpse Explosion and Bone Spear. That's the one that sounds the most intriguing to me. But I will be trying them all out for the purposes of testing and, of course, for you guys. That's just the one that sounds really cool to me. I would like to try the build I was leveling while running, or using while leveling up on the first live stream. I'd like to try that with the Bone Spear set. Maybe substituting in something to be able to use Bone Spear Teeth with it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It'll also be really nice to have that fourth passive locked or unlocked at 70. I think that'll make a big difference in our ability to clear easily. I just realized I'm not using my Blood Rush at all. I should be using that on cooldown, or close to. Alright, we're going to throw down Army of the Dead on these guys because we don't want to mess with them. They should die pretty instantly. There they go. You can't see the effect on this particular rune, but it does 50,000 damage randomly to all target, it deals 50,000 weapon damage divided across all targets that are on the screen. But there's no visual effect for it at the moment. But it's actually really crazy. It's more than twice as powerful as the other Armies of the Dead. So as long as you make sure to clear out some white trash first, or reduce the number of enemies before you activate it, it will basically guarantee to kill the enemy that's on the screen. It doesn't quite one-shot a Rift Guardian sometimes, but it does most of the time. When I was playing on T1, it didn't quite one-shot it, but it came pretty close. Which is pretty good, considering how badly geared I was for the situation. It's not bad at all. Alright. We can shoot Bone Spikes through walls, which is really good. We can also explode through walls pretty easily because we can just use our minions to be able to see where we're exploding. Both those things kind of work together to keep us a little bit safer. These sort of enemies here where they've got like teleporting or fire chains, vortex, that sort of thing, that could be a little bit more sketchy, but we can just, as soon as we get focused by one particular enemy, we can refocus our skeletons on whatever enemy is diving us, freeze it, and then move out of the way, which is pretty strong. I don't know how good this build is at 70 or with any of the sets. It's just pretty efficient for finishing out the leveling process here. It's kind of a weird amalgam of summoner and bone and explosion blood type things. It's a weird hybrid more than anything. Let's go ahead and get the reduced cooldown. And as soon as that shield drops, we're activating our Army of the Dead. Boom, there it is. He should be dying in 3, 2, 1. There it is. When you notice his health go down very rapidly, that was when the army started hitting. There's a slight delay. If you've seen the regular rune, it's like zombies rush in from all sides. And I'm assuming that's basically what happens here, but it looks a little bit more chaotic, maybe less organized, because it says unconventional warfare. Hard to say 100% because we can't see the visual effect for it yet. It just hasn't been implemented just yet, which is fine. I mean, beta, right? This is what we expect on beta. Just beta things. I love Corpse Explosion. So fun. The main reason I want to do the Bone Spear set is just because I'm such a big fan of Corpse Explosion, and it's when you consume a corpse. So Corpse Explosion will work for that, which is fantastic.
You will make a fine corpse. Plasma has blessed me.
And there's 70. Sweet. Now we can actually start getting... Oh, no, we can't. We're not in Torment 1. I was going to say we can start getting set gear randomly in the Rift, but we can't. That's a lie. We'll have to move up to Torment 1 before we can do that. And it shouldn't be too hard to move up to Torment 1. We're at 224 blood shards. We need 500 to buy a full set from the PTR vendor, which will be super handy, which basically means we just have to do a couple rifts. Just grind out a little bit of A little bit of rift action. We're definitely going to be saving our Army of the Dead here to make sure that we get it off on the Rift Guardian. So even though we have an elite here, we're not going to be using Army of the Dead. Now I'm going to recommand the skeletons on these guys quite a bit in order to try to just keep them controlled. But we should be able to just finish them off pretty easily, I would think. Yeah. Okay, we're real close to getting the Rift Guardian pushed. I think just one more quick white pack and we'll have it. These guys might even do it, even though they're just skeletons. Yeah. We're going to actually save some of these skeleton bodies to use on the Rift Guardian. Okay, now this is the worst possible case scenario because this Rift Guardian is a pain in the butt. Just in general, not just for Necromancer, just in general. But especially for like a pet Necromancer, because his AoE is just going to shred your pets. But we're going to activate the Army of the Dead right now, and did you see how quickly he fell there? That's the power of that particular skill. Okay. So, we need blood shards, fiercely, in order to get our first set. So we might either go and do some public rifts and just do a little bit of leeching, or we might turn it up to Torment 1 and see if we can handle it. But since we're freshly dinged 70, I don't think we'll be able to. Okay, we definitely have some armor upgrades to equip here. We can finally get rid of our helm now, so we should probably go craft a new one. We can finally get rid of that old ring. If we had a ring that had intelligence on it, that is. We have to go craft one of those. We don't need that plus experience stuff anymore. I mean, yeah, Paragon is nice. Paragon's important. But more important is having gear that isn't level 40. You know? So again, we just hit 70. Now's the time where we want to go through and just kind of train up stuff. Let's look at getting a new amulet. Hopefully something rolls nicely. Vitality, no intelligence. It's not gonna work. Alright, that has intelligence, cold damage, resists, resource cost reduction. I think that's good. We don't need the attack speed. So it says we're losing damage on paper, but I don't think we actually are losing too much because we're not going to need the attack speed as much. And there's also quite a few cold runes that we might end up using. So I think that's fine. We definitely need to replace this ring. Even though it has decent stat rolls, it's got a very low intelligence. Of course, we roll one that doesn't have any intelligence. And again, are you kidding? Come on. We might just re-roll something. Percent life, maybe. We can craft another ring. We won't be massively in need of those particular gems. There we go. Glad we crafted another ring. That's a good ring. It's a good ring for level 70. You know, for freshly dinging level 70. All right. So we're just going through the process of replacing each piece of gear that's like below level 70 with some fresh yellows. So we go highest usable. Our belt is level 61. You're going to see that almost everything we have is level 61. Okay, intelligence, got some all resist on it. We'll probably re-roll the Grim Scythe into Vitality just to give us a little bit more survivability. And we're going to do that as we go on each piece, just because we have so few mats, we want to make sure that the pieces are maximized. Alright, good enough. Even just a little bit. Don't want to waste any stat points. If it means sacrificing one piece of upgrade gear, that's fine. We're going to come back to those boots because they're 66, and most of the other slots are going to be 61. Same with bracers. We want to make sure we address the real huge needs first. 58, that's a pretty big need. Now that glove is rolled pretty well. That might be hard to replace, even though it is level 58. but we ended up getting a glove that's rolled even better at level 70 stats, so sweet. New crown. And we're just doing this more or less so that we can pop into a public rift and not feel like we're leeching quite as much. You know, have a little bit of survivability, be able to help just a little bit. That sort of thing. Let's re-roll some Vitality instead of Death Nova skill. Mystic needs to be level 12. Okay, let's do that. We don't have enough gold. Okay. That feels bad. That feels bad. Alright. Pants, I don't know for sure if we will be replacing. Just because of the Depth Digger's unique passive. But shoulders will definitely replace. Alright, Vitality, all resist. Sorry, Estrella just got woken up by noisy neighbors, so I was just comforting her a little bit. Poor girl, she's had a rough time the last week or so getting sleep. Alright, we're going to hold off on that. I think we are going to go back to the bracers, boots, and chest and just replace those. The pants are going to be the last thing we replace if we replace it at all. Okay, vitality, percent life, that sort of thing. Sweet. Good enough. This is just giving us more and more health. We dinged, when we hit 70, we only had 97k health. Just by replacing it with yellows, basic yellows, we've like tripled, quadrupled our health basically. So it's pretty important when you first ding 70. And we're gonna actually take this even though it's a slight damage downgrade because it's good recovery and toughness upgrade, and we're mostly just looking to do just a little bit of leeching in a public rift in order to get our 500 blood shards and just buy one of the Necromancer sets to get rolling with. Okay, and we'll just throw that in there. So I know leeching's kind of shitty, but to get started very quickly when you hit 70, sometimes that's what you have to do initially. Throw a point into movement speed, and I don't really know what we want here, so we'll go crit hit chance. Alright, we have a new passive unlocked, Rathma's Shield. You cannot lose life for 4 seconds after using Land of the Dead, Army of the Dead, or Simulacrum. I could see that working really well with like his Blood is Power cooldown. If it actually still gives you the cooldown despite not losing the life, that would be pretty sweet. For now, since we're mostly minion based, we're gonna go with something that's gonna help minion wise. Maybe we go with Final Service, where we can sacrifice minions to save our own life. It's our cheat death passive. It's not very good, but it'll help us survive that initial public rifting experience. Alright. And because we're not on seasonal, nobody's playing. Uh-oh. Mistakes may have been made, boys. Mistakes may have been made. So there's nobody to play with because our character is non-seasonal. So I guess we will not be leeching at all. We will just be playing our own. Let's see if we can survive Torment 1. Oh, we're on Greater Rift. Let's look at regular rifts. Nope, that's even worse. Okay. Well, ripperoonie. Okay, well we'll just do our own thing. So, I accidentally realized I created my character as non-seasonal, and most people are creating their characters as seasonal. So, whoops. There's not much I can do either. I could rebirth it and re-level, but I don't really want to do that, you know? Let's just see if there's a community. If anyone's created a community for Necromancers. There is. Join community. Sometimes that's a good way to find information or find groups when you're hard up at the beginning. Okay, is the community process not working? Join community. Already in progress. Okay. That appears to be a bug. Liz? Let's just go into Rift and see how it goes. I expect it'll go terrible. We're probably going to have to drop it down from Torment back to hard, but we'll see. And we can keep on Torment we want to because it gives us a chance at getting set items just by killing mobs. If it's taking too long, obviously it's not worth. Request is timed out. Please try again. So that must be the community. Joining community. Doesn't look like we're gonna have much luck joining the community at the moment. I think we'll be fine. This should be fine. We did use our golem there. I'm not sure what that said. I actually just clicked OK. It said something about a hero, which worries me a little. It's like, error, we cannot load your hero. Your entire game is crashed. By the way, you're now dead forever. Wait, what? With no chance of reviving. That would suck. We could try doing like a Grim Scythe type thing and then Corpse Explosion with close quarters combat. Could be a way we could go here as well. We'll reposition here with our teleport, just knock out some of the whites. Reposition with our teleport, again knock out some of the whites. And then we're going to activate our cooldown and try to knock out the elite as much as possible. Okay, it looks like it did quite a bit of damage to the elite there. Didn't quite kill him because we had so much other stuff on the screen that randomly targeted, but that is okay. So that's the downside to using the super powered version of the rune, is if there's a lot of trash on the screen, you are not guaranteed to kill your elite, versus if you use the other rune that's more targeted, I think you're more guaranteed to get a kill on the elite. So that might be something we consider switching, even though I really like that rune. It'd also be nice to see the effect, so. We might consider looking at Blood as Power, but we're not losing a lot of life. Every 5% life cooldown loss will reduce remaining cooldowns by 1%. We're not really losing a lot of life, though, is the thing. We'd have to throw in something, some sort of spender to make that work. I'm not sure we're quite ready to do that right now. All resist. Always all resist. Always all resist. Yeah, our minions don't do a ton. We might consider doing a greater rift. Each time we get a rift key, do a greater rift of whatever capabilities we're able to. Up our blood shard capacity, and also just kind of get some legendary gems. Even if they're shitty legendary gems, shitty ones are better than nothing. And being a fresh Sting 70, we can't be too picky yet. We ultimately, again, our goal is to get blood shards so that we can get the set bonus for free from the PTR. But if anything to help speed up the process is welcome, you know? That frozen on the command army is pretty good, actually. We'll go with area damage. It'll work with what we're doing pretty well. I assume pets can proc area damage. Also, we're just throwing bones through them. through them all the time, so we should be getting a good chunk of area damage between that and corpse explosions and bone spikes. Seems like it's a good call. Life on hit was the other thing I was debating, just to have a bit more sustain. We might just drop out our Blood Rush or something else because we're not using it very often, though it is very helpful when we get an elite pack that's nasty. Let's just detonate as many corpses as we can there. Looking for a corpse to explode. There we go. Once one falls, we start getting multiple, and then it's like a cascading effect. More or less. So I'm happy to see that we can clear T1. It may not be the most efficient, but at least we have a chance at getting that set item, and it's going to give us more blood shards. And blood shards are ultimately what we really, really want. Though it may be more efficient to speed clear like hard and normal. Something like that, but I don't think so, just because the amount that the blood shards jump up is quite a bit. I'll double check on the settings thing in a moment. Oh, so it's Illusionist, which is actually going to not work very well with Army of the Dead either, but we're going to activate it right now, and just watch as it more or less dies. Okay. We also do need to go and get our Kunai's Cube set up. Do a little bit of bounty action for that. Hopefully as we start unlocking more difficulties, we'll be able to see people actually in the non-seasonal.
The night embraces you.
Okay. Seasonal doesn't get Paragon, it says. Interesting. So many went non-seasonal. So maybe I did the right choice. When I was looking for a public game, there's nothing at this difficulty, but maybe that's just because it's at this difficulty, right? The chat's saying that seasonal is not getting Paragon on the test realm. Alright. I wonder if we do the PTR copy thing, if we'll get all the Paragon we have on our live account. Because if that's the case, that'll be like 800 Paragon that we could be getting right now. We might need to check that out. Because if that's the case, then we probably, after this rift, want to copy over our other characters. Could also give us some items to work with. They're almost all going to be strength-based, though, because our Crusader is the main. Oh, no, on our non-seasonal, I guess, it's not just our Crusader, so. Activate our Army of the Dead here. This guy wants us to help power level him, which normally I would not be opposed to, but I'm not really capable of doing that. I'm having a hard enough time clearing T1 myself. I'm on T1, but fine. It's actually even quicker. If the person trying to power level you is not geared, it's actually quicker just to chain minions in Field of Misery than it is to have someone try to power level you when they're not capable of it. Which I'm afraid I'm not capable of right now. So, I mean, I would love to help the guy out. I really, really would. I'm not capable of really doing anything to help him at the moment. Oops, we just teleported into that. Our Army of the Dead is not up, so we do not have a way to kill this elite at the moment. We just have to kind of wait out the cooldown for a few seconds and do our best to stay alive. We're going to lose most of our army to the Arcane Cutters, I would assume. They're surviving better than I thought they would. But I assume we're going to start losing. Yeah, we'll drop down to 5 of our skeletal minions. They're doing God's work though, tanking those monsters for me. Right, we're actually not even going to use our Army of the Dead on this guy because he's almost down, and that would be a little bit of a waste. We'll save it for the next elite, so that we're sure to have it for our next elite. All right, not bad, not bad.
Give it more time.
1 second. Alright. Cheap plugs for the stream, you know? Gotta do cheap plugs wherever we can. Alright. Yeah, I really wish I could help that guy out, actually. I would love to get him up to 70 real quick and just do like a loot share kind of situation with him. But right now, I have nothing. So, not really capable of doing that. Soon though, soon though. Detonate our golem in the center there, create some corpses, blow those corpses up, create more corpses, blow those corpses up. Cascade the effect as much as possible. Normally I would save that sort of thing for starting off an elite. That looks like a decent sized pack of trash, and why not, right? There's corpse, there's some more corpses, now we can start cascading them. And just like that, the pack is dead. Alright, we are going to try to eliminate some whites before we get started here. And then we'll activate our Rush of the Dead. Try to do our little cascading effect trick here. Just blow up some corpses. Okay, now we're going to activate our Army of the Dead, and these guys should die, more or less. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the back guys. They were slightly out of range of the army that we activated, but that's okay. One elite left, we can finish that off rather easily. Not a big deal. Alright. Another Paragon. We'll throw it into crit hit chance again. Again, I don't know what we should really be throwing it into, but our crit hit chance at 70 is only 17.7. So we want to probably boost that up.
The night embraces you.
Alright. I'm just going to pop back, use these corpses that we've already created to kind of farm these guys up a little bit more. Try to lure the elite over this way into those corpses. Okay, he went too far, unfortunately. There we go. Oops, stand in that orbiter. That's healthy for me. Alright. Well, we don't quite have our Army of the Dead back up. This is where we might consider running Bone Spirit instead of Army of the Dead. Just because we're detonating corpses a lot, it's going to be a more reliable cooldown than Army of the Dead will. The thing about Army of the Dead, though, is it works better on Rift Guardians. So, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there. We don't want to sacrifice our golem, obviously, because that's going to be our free corpses whenever we're fighting a Rift Guardian. I don't think we want to sacrifice... I don't think we necessarily want to sacrifice our command skeletons either, because they're providing us a lot of tankiness and control. So at that point, we're left with the choice of sacrificing our Corpse Explosion, which we're not going to do, obviously, or sacrificing our Blood Rush, which we could do, but it's a little bit risky because then we don't have a get out of jail free if we get surrounded by an affix that we don't want to deal with, you know? Which is always something you want to consider, and why you want movement skills more often than not, to try to just make sure you survive in bad situations, and to obviously have good clear speed. Stupid succubus and race. Ugh. At least we got little rats that we can turn into corpses and explode. Let's just try to get a little bit of density going here. Okay, there's an elite. Pull it through this area. Explode as many corpses as we can. Uh-oh. We got stuck there. Not intending to.
I have trained well.
Again, that teleport there got us over the waller. We didn't have to deal with it. We're going to detonate the golem on the elite area and then kind of blow those up. As soon as that Mallet Lord goes down, I think we're going to detonate our Army of the Dead. So let's try to take him down. Alright, there we go. And Army of the Dead activated now. Things should die. Yeah. And command skeleton onto those guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. No, we'll go ahead and try. We'll try sacrificing out our Blood Rush for Bone Spirit to see how it feels. We might actually throw in Bone Spirit Possession and then swap out one of our passives for the cooldown reduction. We're not dying too much, so I feel like we can drop out Final Service and switch it for Blood is Power, which is going to reduce our cooldowns on our long cooldown things. It actually feels pretty good. Oh, the little rats don't give us corpses, actually. That kind of sucks. I'm just going to be using my Bone Spirit to ping at little guys too, because it sacrifices health and reduces our cooldowns. And we won't blow up as many corpses as we can, because that'll give us Bone Spirit cooldown. I just hit the Q thinking it was my teleport and wasted Bone Spirit. Feels bad. My bad. My bad. Doesn't matter, such a low cooldown, it's fine. Protection Shrine. Great. Wait, I've got to read that passive again. Is it for each % of missing health, or is it when you take damage? Every 5% life lost will reduce remaining cooldowns by 1 second. So every time we spend life or take damage, it's going to reduce cooldowns. For every 5% life that you lose. That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. Just going to throw our golem right here. Now, we have no way to move out of this because we're trapped. We don't have our Blood Rush anymore. So if that had been a teleporter with fire chains there, we would have been completely hosed. I'm actually going to purposefully take some damage here. Lose some life, reduce some cooldowns, activate my my minions, my Army of the Dead. We actually took damage on purpose there in order to activate them. And you can see as I'm standing this poison, You can watch my Army of the Dead just kind of tick down a little bit at a time.
I'm afraid not.
We're gonna get a little bit ballsy here and just stand in the middle of fire chains and see if we can live. Okay, we're gonna stop doing that because that hurt. But it did reduce our Army of the Dead cooldown significantly. We have a speed pylon up here we could think about grabbing as well. Our Army of the Dead is back up. That's a 120-second cooldown. That certainly was not 2 minutes worth of time. So that Bone Spirit, health sacrificing, and just standing in damage on purpose certainly helped reduce the cooldown on that quite a bit. Ideally, I think we're going to be wanting to use things like Bone Spear, maybe. Maybe we want to consider using Bone Spear with the Blood Rune instead, because it's more consistent damage that we can throw out and spend life on. So maybe we want to try that instead, actually. Let's make that switch. Let's swap this spot for that spot, switch this for Bone Spear with Blood Spear. See how that feels. I think that might work out better for us. Try to find a good pack of elites. That's not bad.
The Rift Guardian has arrived.
We're going to activate our cooldown right now. Watch it tick away at him. Now we're going to spam Blood Spears. And as we spam Blood Spears, you can see just the cooldown of Army of the Dead chunk down. Now it did take away a lot of our health, but we're okay. We're okay. We have enough life regen and life on kill that we can do that and still be safe. Now, let's see how we did on our
Not enough essence.
blood spear or blood shards there. Was that worth taking the time to go up to T1? Not really. It was 50 blood shards versus I think we would have gotten about that before. So not really worth it, I don't think. These initial blood shards, these initial 500 are going to be a bit of a pain to get, I think. I definitely think that we probably need to go in and do a couple greater rifts just to up our blood shard capacity, but also to get some legendary gems to just kind of use with it. We're not able to find join communities at the moment, it looks like. Doesn't look like there's much anyway. Every time we try to join the community, it just basically errors out. So that's a bit of a bummer. Let's see if we got any gear upgrades. There's a nice ring upgrade. Yeah, that's a good upgrade. We'll take that. Error loading hero. Please try again. Okay, interesting. That's a side grade. We're not gonna worry about that. That's a good upgrade. Bone Spear damage. Nice, we'll take it. Little bits help when you ding 70 fresh. So we're going to see real quick if we do PTR copy and we copy over a character, or if we do the PTR copy function, if we get all of our Paragon from our live servers. Because if we do, that's probably worth it. Choose a region to copy your account from. Your current PTR characters will be overridden in the process. Fuck. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. Can't do it. Can't do it unless we want to level again, which we're not going to do. So that would have been 800 Paragon and a lot of legendary gems that we could have used. But, oh well. I might do it. I might do that off stream and re-level a Necromancer later, but I'm not gonna do that right now. You guys probably want to see some of the Necromancer set stuff, so we're just gonna grind up to our first set at the very least and do that. We're gonna start with the highest torment we can, which is Torment 13. We don't have enough gold to empower, obviously, so we're not gonna be able to do that. I didn't look at changing any passives before I started. Maybe I should have done that, but it's fine. I remember that we can do that. So Blood Spear is hitting for 2000k. I hate that 2000k. I'm gonna have to change that. And Bone Spikes is hitting for 1000k. So their Blood Spear is doing more damage now, but not a ton more. Not enough considering we're sacrificing health for it, but our main purpose is to sacrifice health and reduce cooldowns, so that's fine. That's the reason we put it on the bar even. It also helps us single target things down a little bit in order to be able to get some corpses to explode, so I suppose that's good. Okay, we're going to activate our cooldown right away. If we get trapped like this, we can freeze them and try to get out, but we don't really have a whole lot of options for getting out, unfortunately. If we get illusionary boots or something, that would be pretty helpful. But at the moment, we just don't have that. There are 2 sets of elites there. We killed 1, so that's not too bad. We're just gonna command skeletons and try to get out of there. Get those health globes. Alright. As we take damage here, and this is a little bit of struggle, it is reducing our cooldown on our Army of the Dead constantly. So we are able to get that up and running again for our next elite pack, which is good. I do think we might consider looking at using that Death Nova build that we were using while leveling up in combination with a pet or 2 and see how that feels. This is just really easy farming for when you first hit 70 because those pets are tanking so much of your damage. But I definitely think there's some possible stuff that we could do to speed up just by using the Death Nova teleport build that we were running. But the problem is I'm not sure I have the survival to do it yet. It'll definitely be what we try out first with the set. We're going to be going for the set that makes it so every time you consume a corpse, it shoots a corpse lance at enemies and increases the damage of blood spear, or bone spear, which we'll use blood spear and then we'll use the blood passives on to reduce cooldowns and boost the power of it, that sort of thing. So it could be some fun stuff. I'm excited to try it out. We'll play around with a couple different build ideas and see what we can do. This is the part I like about the game the most, just trying out different ideas you have and seeing what works and seeing what doesn't. And it's nice to do it on the beta because people haven't automatically figured out what's the best thing already, you know? And granted, even on live servers, people just discover things all the time that nobody thought was going to be viable or a thing, and then suddenly it changes the entire meta for the character just because one person experimented, thought outside the box, and found something new. And I waste a lot of time doing that sort of thing, but every so often I find something that is worth the time. So I think it's worth it to put in the effort and do that, personally. But to each their own. I do like that the Explode Corpse spell, when you use it, it doesn't take any essence, it just consumes corpses. So if you're not sure if there's a corpse in the area, you can throw it out there and not worry about wasting the essence because you use the ability. And I think that was a really good choice they made. And we're going to run down this way because there's always good density in these areas. We use our conduit in combination with our corpse explosion. really clear out enemies quickly here, and also make sure we have that movement speed boost that we're going to be wanting as we move back up those stairs. Alright, so okay. Oh, we lost you guys for a second there. Sorry about that. My internet connection dropped. So sorry. Hopefully it didn't cause too much inconvenience, too much of a skip, but I'm sure it caused a little bit. Not sure why it dropped, but hey, we're going to activate our Army of the Dead right away. I do think next time around we're going to swap out for a different Army of the Dead rune.
I must wait. My essence is too low.
Command Skeleton, since he's focusing us, we don't really want that. And since we are using so much health, getting attacked so much, using so many bone spears, our Army of the Dead is almost up before we finish the elite. So that's just basically that passive we took is going to ensure that it's up for every elite pack, which is good. Before we start again, we need to change Unconventional Warfare into probably the rune that sucks enemies into the center. Will have the most synergistic effects with Corpse Explosion and our Flesh Golem that we're using.
The night embraces you.
I haven't tried out Land of the Dead yet, but I think that could have potential with a Corpse Explosion type build. I'm excited to try that out and play around with it a little bit.
That foe will die. I'm losing strength.
Not anywhere I can go really right now. Let's use as many corpses as we can there. The Bone Spear has good enough speed that the missile dampening actually doesn't hurt it too much.
I can't do that.
So that's good, that the missile dampening doesn't completely destroy this build like it does my wizard builds. Oh, you know what? I don't know if we'll have... I haven't even been paying attention to time requirements here. I don't know if we'll clear this. I should start paying closer attention to that sort of thing. So we can definitely be more efficient than we're being right now. Let's do something like this. Just get some enemies pulled together. Okay, we're clearing, but we're not clearing quick enough, so it's definitely something we want to look at. Did that so we'd have the movement speed to keep moving here. Also, because we know we have the reduced cooldown, might as well use it. We also activate our Army of the Dead there for the same reason. We have a reduced cooldown pylon. So let's just use it and burn stuff as quick as we can. Get a little bit of progress. I don't think we're going to complete this in time, which is my bad because I wasn't really paying attention. T2 might be pushing it a little bit, and that's what we went on equivalent-wise here for Rift. Okay, we activated our Dead Rush there. Again, same reason. We have the cooldown pylon. We want to utilize as much as we can here. Make sure we're not wasting it.
I can't do that.
We're playing with fire here. We're definitely staying very close to dead very often. Want to start being a little bit careful about our Bone Spear usage until we get healed back up. Let's use some corpses. Okay, we're good again. I know there's an elite around the corner here. I saw it when we were edging around there. Okay, he is Fire Chain, Poison Chant, and Molten Teleporter. Okay, nothing too terrible. We're going to use our Dead Rush right away, kill some stuff. And we are in Molten Explosion, but it is fine. We're fine, we're fine. Okay, there's some glow progress. That helped a lot. We're going to use the speed pylon to try to find another Elite. There's one.
I am injured.
Molten Guild, the Molten Wildebeest Gizzard would be pretty good here for the life regen and a little bit of shield. Since most of the life we lose in sacrifice is just our own doing, it's not from taking damage from enemies, so it should keep the shield up and keep that life topped off pretty consistently with this sort of a build. That might be something to consider. Though long term, I don't know if that really fits with any of the sets, so might not be worth. Might not be worth.
Not enough essays.
Alright, we don't have the ability to just easily move through enemies without Blood Rush, so we can't just elite hunt, which is a bit of a bummer, because that's what I'd like to ideally be doing right here, is just doing some elite hunting. It's not really an option for us though. So we gotta kind of clear the whites as we go. It's unfortunate. I do think that we have good Rift Guardian clear. So we should be fine as long as we can proc it with a little bit of time to spare. Which I don't think should be too hard. I think we should be just fine. Just keep trying to round guys up into bigger packs. Throwing back our corpse explosions. We got power pylon there. We'll be saving that for the Rift Guardian here. Most likely.
An interesting opponent.
Okay, we've got an elite. We might use it on that. I'm not sure where the elite is. Don't see it yet. Don't see it yet. He said, my Necromancer said, ah, an interesting opponent, which indicates there's an elite in here somewhere. I'm just not seeing it.
I must wait longer.
I just killed myself with the Blood Spear, I think. Nope, the Lucuni Huntress killed me. Okay. Well, wherever he is, he's probably not going to survive because the Rift Guardian will be here soon. So, we can stay in this general area because we want the power pylon. But I wish I had known where that elite was. You know?
Their power has grown.
97%, huh? 98%. Come on. It's gonna be tight, actually. Which is sad considering it's T2. But, I mean, we did just hit 70 like 15 minutes ago. So I suppose that's fine. So used to doing things better. Oof. This guy hurts. Let's teleport him over to us. Let's move up this way towards the power pylon. Let's force him to come to us and then we will activate it. There he is. And we activate our Army of the Dead right away. And he's dead. Power pylon combined with Army of the Dead Unconventional Warfare. One shot. Alright. So we've gotten a legendary gem. Which one do we get? Bane of the Powerful. Not a bad one to start with. Not a bad one at all. Basic works for a lot of things as we just start going. It's not something really shitty, so I'm good with that. Let's get those gem upgrades. We'll get slotted into a ring slot, and that will increase our elite killing, our power after killing elite by 20%. It's pretty solid. We also got a good amount of blood shards, actually. That was 80, right? 80 or 90. Not bad considering where we're at. Turn that in, get some Paragon. We almost have our 500 for our set. Again, we need 500 to talk to the PTR vendor and get the set.
I understand so much more now.
Alright. We're just going to look at anything we need to change here. Cannot lose life for 4 seconds after using Land of the Dead, Army of the Dead, or Simulacrum. Oh, we need to change our Army of the Dead. I think we're okay. I think what we have is just fine. Yeah, what we have is fine. We just need to change our Army of the Dead here. This might be okay as a way to burn life. We could use this instead of Blood Spear and go back to having teleport. That might work. The only thing I worry about is I might accidentally kill myself. That'd be hilarious though, huh? Let's try it out. Let's try it out. We're gonna try it out in just running around out in the world first though, before we waste our only Greater Rift key that we have. We want to switch this into probably Death Valley. We could do Dead Storm, but then we have to be in the melee range. Skeletal hands raised from the ground, damaging enemies within 15 yards for 14,000%. It's normally 15 yards for 12,000%, so that's a 2,000% upgrade. Or we could have the utility of pulling enemies to the center. I think the utility of pulling enemies to the center is better. Plus now we have a visual effect, which is good. It's good simply for the purpose of me seeing what's happening, and it's fun. So shush. I know it's not actually good. Right, we're just gonna do a little bit of this nonsense. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, that doesn't feel too bad. I do like the corpses. Okay. Oh, that was my golem that was there. Nobody was alive still. Okay, so that feels okay. It's not too much life being sacrificed that we can't, like, manage it. So I think that's fine. We also have a good amount of life on kill, so as long as we're securing kills, like we're farming content that's appropriate for us, I think that we can use that effectively. And here's what Army of the Dead looks like when you can actually see it. We're going to sacrifice those to reduce cooldown on our Army of the Dead. Yeah, that's good. That feels good, actually.
Your death nears.
Yeah, that's fine. I actually like that quite a bit. That feels better than Bone Spear does, and we still have the teleport now. And we can use the teleport to heal ourselves back up because we can teleport through them to heal ourselves now, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I think this will be fine. Actually, this will probably be better than what we were doing. The downside is Bone Spear provided us with more damage before we had corpses. But I think this is fine because we'll never have corpses going to waste like we did before. So we can use them to just send them in directions, kind of like a Corpse Lance, like Corpse Lance does. But we'll also have the utility of being sacrificing life, so we can reduce our cooldown on our Army of the Dead here, which is going to be really good. Cool. Yeah, I like this quite a bit. It also reduces the cooldown of our golem, so we can burn our golem more often. Because it doesn't say choose a cooldown to reduce like Obsidian Ring of the Zodiac does, it says reduces all cooldowns, which is a very important distinction to make, actually. So I think that this is going to work out just fine. Just fine. And then if we end up getting low, we can teleport through enemies and get life back, which is pretty good. Pretty good. I'm just doing Massacre Kill Chain while I test this out. I'm not really looking to like super level Paragon or anything, but I figured as long as we're doing this, we can test the effective clearing potential of it by doing this. And get a little bit of extra Paragon, because why not, right? So this feels pretty good. And then we can just teleport through them and regen all of our life back that we've been sacrificing. I like that. It's a different sort of play style. It's like your health bar becomes a third resource almost.
My insight
Cool.
grows.
Sounds good. I think we're going to use that.
I need to go back.
That was a free Paragon level 2 there. While we tested that out. Feels good, man. Feels good. Alright. There's our PTR vendor. So we can buy our set when we're ready. We want the... I'm going to have to look it up. I don't want to buy the wrong one. I'm pretty sure it's the Plague set. So Blighted, probably. Don't want to buy the wrong one. I mean, ultimately, we're going to test all of them, so it doesn't matter. But I have a particular one that I want to start with, you know? So. And we're going to keep that probably right there. We could... Can we move up? I think we can move up. I think we should be good to move up one, right? Frenzy might be better than freezing, actually, just for clear speed cost, or clear screen control. Clear speed power. Jesus. Words are hard. I think 14 is the size we can do right now. Yep. Very much regretting not copying my PTR my PTR stuff before I started leveling the Necromancer, because that's like thousands of Paragon that I could have but don't. You know? Feels real bad.
My power has grown.
This feels good though. The corpse stance, or the bodies having heat-seeking capabilities feels real good. And we can actually look for elites this way. Uh-oh, mistakes were made. But it's fine. It's fine. Alright, this will also help. Now our... Jesus, our Army of the Dead's back up already. Wow. Okay.
This world can abide you no longer.
It does look like there's a hard cap on how many corpses you can send at once. Because it looks like it's only sending 4 corpses at once. Probably to stop you from accidentally one-shotting yourself in super density. Which I appreciate. That's good. Oh yeah, this feels good. And let's just do our dead rush, and there it is. God, that's really nice. This is the build, I think, that we want to use right now while we get this figured out. This definitely has the synergy that we need. Lots and lots of synergies. Forget you. I hate those guys. These guys are evil. Up, our background music ended. Hold on. Let me restart the playlist. There we go. Sorry about that. Again, if you want to listen to this music, it is no copyright sounds. They are music made specifically for streamers, and it can be found at No Copyright Sounds YouTube channel. We're listening to melodic dubstep track. It's pretty good. It's good music. It's nice, chill background music. I am in no way sponsored by them. I just like their stuff. Thought I would give them a shout out, you know? I suppose we should just keep moving until we find an elite here. Do a little bit of elite hunting type thing. There's one. Power pylon also ready. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. Where do we want to be? We want to go right here with our dead rush. There it is. Everything died on the screen. Cool. I suppose that's to be expected when you have a power pylon, huh? Alright. Doing good, doing good. Would you order strength? Would you order strength? Necro as of now. Namelos, are you asking if they're strength-based characters, or would you say that, are you asking if it's a strong character and you should buy it? I'm not sure what you're asking, so please clarify. And I will answer your question. Use a rush of the dead there, and it pretty much died. Sacrifice some corpses, fling corpses at his face. Good stuff. Good stuff. Uh-oh, mistakes. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Didn't have time to do my cooldown to get back out. Did there, though. Commander of Skeletons directly on top of the elite there. We don't quite have our dead rush back up yet. We will in just a moment though. Shouldn't be too long at all. We're going to hop through the enemies to refresh our life, use our corpses to reduce the cooldown of our dead rush, and I think we're going to use it on this guy even though it's a bit of a waste. Yeah. Yeah, it was needed, never mind. It wasn't a waste at all. Tier list, is it strong? At the moment, no. But they haven't even released the unique legendaries for it. And it's clearing in the... let's see. It's clearing in the mid-70s without any sort of unique legendaries. It has its tier sets out, but it doesn't have unique legendaries like all the other classes do. You throw the unique legendaries on it, I think you'll be competitive in the 90s to 100s. Also, it's early PTR. They haven't even like fully nailed down all the abilities. Half of the abilities still say placeholder, which means they're bound to be changed. So it's hard to tell how strong the class is at the moment, tier list wise, if that makes sense, because it is very, very likely to change. They are going to be doing lots of balancing passes, lots of changes on it as it goes. They have a lot of experience with the game at this point. I would say if I had to lay odds on it, it's probably going to be pretty well balanced. At the moment, it's not quite as powerful as the other classes, but I think that's more because that was an option to instantly res and sacrifice 5 seconds from the timer. That's something that hasn't been mentioned before. Interesting. I know a lot of people on Reddit have been requesting that, so that's good. But yeah, it's okay right now. I think it'll be a lot better once they have the legendaries in for it. And also keep in mind they just released the sets like earlier this week, so people haven't found what is going to be whatever the best build is for each set yet, and the sets could of course change. So I think at this point it's way too early to talk about tier lists and relative power. I think it's more important to have the conversation of, is it fun? And if you're asking, is it fun? Is it worth purchasing for fun factor? Absolutely. It's very, very, very fun. And that is probably what I would use as your decision to buy it or not. Because balance and power is only relative to itself, unless you're playing lots of group play, in which case there's a really defined meta you have to follow anyway. And I have no idea if it'll fall into the meta. With the curses, I'm guessing it has some role in the meta. The curse of frailty alone is enough that it should have a group spot. That 15% instant death is going to be essential for higher level griffs. I can't see people not using it at all. That would be insane to me. So, hopefully that answers your question. I know it was really long-winded and very conditional, but hopefully it answers your question.
This world can abide you no longer.
All right.
That foe will die.
Here's an elite. We're going to use our cooldown on it right away. Try to burn it as quick as possible. Also, so we can start reducing those cooldowns as quick as possible, so we can have it for the next elite as well.
You will make a fine corpse.
Beautiful. We're stuck behind a wall, not so beautiful there. Hopefully this isn't the dead end way. Oh no, we good. We good.
Your death near.
And then I teleport into a dead end. Alright, that was a decent conduit. Can use some of the bodies here. Looks like there's a hard cap on bodies. I started seeing them disappear before I detonated them there. So that's interesting if there's a hard cap on bodies, which makes sense, because otherwise, if you're not using like a corpse consuming build, it would ultimately lag out your computer. But it's also good to know, so you can't just like lay a trap of a ton of bodies throughout a rift and lure enemies back through it. Because I could see that being a technique you could use at the higher griff levels, but it's just not going to be possible if there's a hard cap. Which there does appear to be. Which I think is fine, of course. Awesome. Our playlist stopped again. Let's put it on repeat, eh? Alright. Sorry about that. Alright, looks like we have an elite up here, so that's good. We'll use our cooldown on him right away. Once again, use our other cooldown on him right away. We're getting focused here by this elite. So not having the frozen,
I can't do that.
not having the frozen command skeleton is actually biting us in the butt a little bit right here. We had to just kind of kite around a little there. Yeah, we were real low. So we sacrificed 10 seconds to instantly respawn there, which is fantastic. I'm so glad they put that in. We're going to use our Dead Rush for a second time on that elite, because we were able to reduce cooldowns enough through all the damage we took. And we were able to burn them down like that. This is a very heavy cooldown build. It might be worth sacrificing something in order to get Land of the Dead, but I don't know what I would sacrifice here. Would I be able to sacrifice, really? I guess I could try sacrificing my bone spikes, but I think I need those, to be honest. We don't have any spenders, so we don't need to generate, but I think we need them just for the purposes of making sure that we have... Maybe we don't, because corpses are more or less our resource. I was going to say making sure we have damage all the time, but maybe we don't need that, because corpses are a resource, and if we can reduce cooldowns enough to have Land of the Dead up most of the time, it could work. Let's go ahead and do our Land of the Dead right here. Yeah, it's not nearly as powerful as the other one, but making sure we have our command skeleton buff up as much as possible. We don't really have any corpses, so let's use our golem, make some corpses that we can throw at him. Being really careful not to sacrifice too much health here, because he can teleport onto us. Let's just teleport through him, regain a little bit of health. Oh, rip. Okay, we're going to sacrifice 15 seconds. See the timer move. Hopefully we can get our skeletons up here. This could be a little bit tight, actually, more so than I anticipated. Dead rush again. Alright, that was tight. That was tight. We got it though. I really like that whole sacrificing time in order to respawn thing. That's really, really good. I'm glad they did that. Let's try to get this up to 25 as quick as possible. We can roll a slot in this probably. We can sacrifice the cold damage for a socket. And get that Gem of Efficacious Toxin in there too. Ideally, we would like to find the pet gem right now while we're just grinding these out and trying to get our 500 blood shards. But I suppose it doesn't matter really, because we'll have the 500 blood shards after the next rift. Alright, let's drop the cold damage on this for sockets. Socket, please. Socket, please. Not having much luck here, are we? Gonna probably use all of our resources trying to get a socket on a shitty yellow. It's probably not worth it. Alright, we're done. We're out of gold. Rip. So I guess we will not throw that on anything. Okay, we don't have any more Greater Rift Keystones, so we'll just have to do a regular Rift. This should get us our 500 though, I think. You know what, let's actually leave the game and up the difficulty to Tier 2, Torment 2, because we know we can do Torment 2. And that way we'll make sure that we get enough blood shards to buy our set after this Rift. I think that's a good strategy. We'll see if there are any public rifts going. I don't think there are, but... Rift, Torment 1, Master, Expert, Hard, Normal, Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4, Torment 5, Torment 6. Nothing. I'm assuming once at the higher levels there's probably stuff unlocked, but we'll just start a public rift for Torment 2. And then if anyone wants to join us, they can join us. Non-seasonal. Searching for game. Just create one, buddy. It's gonna be searching forever. Let's just create a private game and then open it up to public. That'd be easier. Alrighty. Let me know if there's any sort of screen stuttering, frame drops, anything like that. I do need to know if there is, so. We'll tag that as rifting for the public. 10% of our life on hit. Is that worth it? What's our life on hit? Our life on hit is 0. So that passive is completely useless right now. Let's sacrifice that. Consuming a corpse has a 20% chance to spawn a health globe. That sounds pretty good. Picking up a health globe removes the health cost of the next blood spell. This effect can stack 3 times. We'll definitely get grab life from death. I don't think we want the other one, actually, at the moment. Yeah, okay. And let's try out Blighted Grasp and see what that looks like. Alright. Regular Rift, in we go. Are the Rift bosses custom bosses or bosses from the Axe? A little bit of both. They have the models of the bosses from different acts and different parts of the game, but then some of their abilities are changed a little bit for balance purposes. So a little bit of both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Yeah, that health globe definitely is going to help us out. That health globe passive is going to be very, very helpful. Because we don't have to keep the health missing, we just have to spend it in the first place in order to reduce cooldowns. So, alright. Let's try this out on top of these guys. Yeah, that feels pretty good. They can move out of it though. It feels slower. Is it over a longer period of time? Because if so, that might be an argument to not use it. Alright, there's a legendary. That's going to be real good, actually. Just keep throwing corpses at their faces, yo. I think that is our first legendary since Stinging 70. So a little bit bad luck, actually, considering all that we've done. But glad that we found one now. What do we got? It's a Frostburn Gauntlet. Okay. I don't think we have anything that's frost-based. I don't think we're going to have anything that's frost-based. But that's okay. We can look and see if there's anything, but see how it rolls. It is a slight damage upgrade. Cold skills deal 16% chance increased damage and have a chance to freeze enemies. Okay, so we're going to take that and we're going to change Army of the Dead back into Frozen Army. Oops, no, we're going to change our Command Skeletons into Frozen. Cold damage. So hopefully they will apply that effect. I'm not sure if they will. We're going to try the Frozen Army of the Dead, just see how that works out with this particular legendary. It could be good. It could be just completely useless and not do anything too. Not sure. We'll find out right now. We'll definitely froze him. Not a ton of damage. A little disappointing on the damage side. That's okay though. Oh, stupid sand wall stopping those corpses from going through. Oh, it's almost back off of cooldown. We could really use a Obsidian Ring of the Zodiac, but if we have that, then we need to use Blood Spear instead of the Final Embrace rune. So I'm noticing that Waller blocks my projectiles from my corpse explosion. So that's actually a bit of a counter to this spec. I just accidentally wasted that. Good thing he teleported into it. Alright. Cool. We could try the Frost Bone Spears. Since they have the increased damage, maybe it'd be worth it. I don't know. Or Frost Bone Spikes, rather. I don't think so, but maybe. Doesn't have that piercing effect anymore, so it's a lot more targeted, which is good and bad. It's bad for big packs, it's really good in general. For creating crowd control and such. Alright, we have a power pylon. Let's use it for something. There's gonna lead up here. That's what we're using it for, obviously. I don't even think we have to use our Army of the Dead on that guy. He's just dead because of the power pylon. So that's good. That's real good. Let's make sure we grab all that stuff. All the materials we can get right now help. Detonate corpses.
Do not fear the end. That needs to recharge.
I almost feel like we could go back to Bone Spear and do close quarters combat on the corpse explosion rune and have it be pretty effective.
My insight grows. An interesting opponent.
Is this Juggernaut? Yeah, it is. So he's immune to our crowd control effects here, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's fine. He's still taking damage, just the same. Still bleeds. Yeah, we're gonna try that, actually. After we kill this elite, we're just gonna try that out, see how it feels. So I'm a big fan of that rune in general. Haven't got a chance to use it out in a while. And if we do that, though, we have to use Bone Spear to sacrifice life, otherwise our Army of the Dead cooldown's too long. Or I guess we could not do Army of the Dead and just do Bone Spears instead. Since Army of the Dead's not one-shotting things anymore, now that we're moving up the progression, Bone Spirit might be a better call with our build in general. Yeah, let's try those tweaks. I think that'll work out better, actually. Oh, I guess I could use my cooldowns on him. I was just thinking about my build. Sorry, guys. Well, the cooldowns for next one. It was all planned. Obviously. Obviously calculated.
Do not fear the end.
I suppose we could also grab a follower at some point. Get that extra buff. Could help with the clearing. Craft him up some gear, that sort of thing. Pull those guys up here into the pack. Try to get this as much grouped as we can. Let's unleash our Dead Rush. I forgot to change my skills, but that's fine because this worked out well for this particular pack of enemies. Very nice. Alright. Hey, and there's legendary shoulders right there. Sweet. Homing pads. Hopefully they roll well. They did not. Reduce cooldown. Yeah, we can reroll the revive into vitality and be just fine. That's pretty good. That's fine. Damage we need anyway right now. We'll be replacing those in like 10 seconds with our set that we get when we finish this rift. So, not a big deal. All corpse skills can be used at will for 10 seconds. Does that mean we can just like... Does that mean we can throw out corpse explosions without having corpses? Let's try this. See how it feels before we try the bone spirit change. Because I don't really understand what this spell does. Oh yeah, it just rains corpses so we can just throw them out all over the place. Holy crap. Okay. That's super strong. Holy shit. And then we can reduce its own cooldown by just using the corpses that drops. That's actually good. It's at basically a 60-second cooldown if we used all the corpses that drops. Okay. That's assuming we don't get corpses, right? Okay, that's pretty good. Is that better than Bone Spirit, though? Not sure. Not sure. There's also a Bone Spirit rune that's cold based that does a ton of damage. So with the Mage Fist that we have on right now, I don't know. It's all a moot point anyway because we're about to have a class set that we're going to change our build for anyway, so it doesn't matter, really. You know, just kind of interesting to think about as we work through this last rift, though. Because, hey, it takes a while when you first start. You gotta have something to entertain you, right? Having trouble gathering these guys up just because they're all ranged. So let's just kind of shimmy them around with line of sight. Pull them into tighter groups. Rip. Knew that was gonna happen. I was in the middle of too many guys. Sacrificing all the corpses. Oh yeah, wrong ability. I was thinking we still had the other ability for some reason, the Land of the Dead. Alright, we activated our Land of the Dead instead of our Dead Rush. Okay. That was okay. I don't know. I feel like just going with Bone Spirits is going to be more reliable. Cooldown on that is still 60 seconds. That's still pretty long. I'm sure you could get it near perfect with like no cooldown if you built for it. Back then, positive you could. Uh-oh. Second elite. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Alright, we're gonna have to use the Land of the Dead again. Oy vey.
My insight grows.
Uh-oh.
Must wait longer.
Use the corpses. Use the corpses. Teleport into our death. Always a good call. So it generates lots of corpses, which is a good thing. Okay, there's that elite dead. First elite's down in that pack. We're still using our weapon that we crafted way back at like level 45 because it was a level 70 weapon with reduced level requirements. It just happened to be pretty good. Alright, almost there. This guy's a pain in the butt, but we got him.
Give it more time.
Alright, there he goes. Try to get combat here so that we can change this into Bone Spirit. We're gonna go with the Unfinished Business Rune or Astral Projection. We're gonna try Unfinished Business first. See how that feels. Again, we're doing that because we have the Mage Gauntlets, so might as well utilize that cold % damage increase while we have it. If we didn't need the health sacrificing from the corpses, we'd use the cold-based corpse explosion rune as well. But we just need that so much, so not an option really. I think it's fine. Alright, that's the end of that rift level. See how much this Bone Spirit hits for. 3000k. Let's change that display setting, I hate that. I want to see the actual numbers. I don't want I want long floating numbers. Yeah. Yeah. Gives me a better sense of progression.
This will be a challenge. That is not possible. I must wait.
Okay, so 6 million it hits for roughly. Not bad. We reduce the cooldown to be able to use it more often every time we sacrifice corpses naturally. We also reduce the cooldown because we're getting reduced cooldown for sacrificing health. So that gives us pretty consistent Bone Spirits, which is pretty good damage. And is reliable damage, more importantly. Which we don't have to wait on really long cooldown for. We can just ping at the enemy. Not quite as effective, obviously, as a 120-second cooldown, but still, I think worth the change. Uh-oh, mistakes were made.
I can't do that.
Yeah, I teleported into a wall, so I had no escape. Oh, let's use our Bone Spirit. Then sacrifice. After things die, rinse and repeat.
No.
It also doesn't take any essence, so that's good. If we could get an Aquila Chariss and get it cubed, this build doesn't have any mana spenders, so it would have that constant damage reduction. This could actually be a Legacy of Nightmares build that you could use. You might actually want the long cooldowns though, so I don't know if you'd actually want to use this. There's probably some tweaks you can make to make a better Legacy of Nightmares build.
That needs to recharge.
It's able to jump into T2 straight at 70 with just crafting a few yellows though, so that's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. I know T2 is not anything impressive, but all I did was go in my blacksmith and craft legendary, so I was able to clear it. So let's sacrifice those. Throw another bone spirit. I think maybe the one that increases the damage for each target it pierces will be better than the AoE damage one, but I'm not sure. That's more of a single target thing, but the main purpose of it is to burn elites, so I feel like maybe it's a better call. Or it's the main purpose of it for us, anyway.
The Rift Guardian is here.
Too late to change it now, though. RG's here. What do we got? Stone Slinger? Okay. We prefer if he stays at range, because then our bone spirits will do more damage to him. We also would prefer if our pets were tanking him, you know? Like, that would be the preferable thing. Focus them on the bone slinger, stone slinger, not hitting his little ad things. Refocus, guys, refocus. Teleport through him, get that health back. Throw our corpse here. Refocus down here, guys. You don't need to be over there killing that thing. It also gives them a attack speed boost when I command them, I think. Maybe it doesn't. It definitely freezes the Rift Guardian, though. It doesn't appear to have diminishing returns. That's our only spender, is our command skeletons. So we can spam that a little bit more actually when we need to. And that gives us 500. Good. So we'll be able to buy our set now. Which means I need to look up what the sets are and make sure I buy the right one. Let's see. We want the set that is not Bones of Rathma. Although that is like a set. That would be a set that would use minions like we're using right now. Which would probably be really strong. That's not what I really want to do first. The first one I would like to do is the Pestilence set. Pestilence Master Shroud melee set. Okay. None of this really matters because we're going to be using a set, so we're just going to salvage all that. Okay. Go back and snag the other couple yellows that were there. Sweet. We'll see what kind of sets we can build here. I don't know why I just wasted money repairing, but whatever, it's fine. Let's go find our goat man friend. Here he is. Alright, so we don't... I'm going to assume it's this one, Necromancer Plague set, because it says Pestilent Master Shroud. That sounds plaguey, right? That's blood. It's battle. That's bone. So that's the one I want, I'm pretty sure. And if not, oh well, it's done. Of course, it's not identified, right? Okay, we're about to see a massive power spike. Obviously. Yes, that's the one. That's the one I wanted. Okay. So that rolled really well. Look at that shit. That rolled really well. Okay. And we can re-roll the armor into, or the all resist. I'm not sure. We're an intellect based class, so we want armor more than all resist, right? Is that right? Let's just equip everything real quick. We lost a little bit of stat damage on some of those, but not. We didn't really, you know, because reasons. Because of the set bonuses. Let's see what we look like. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, so our set bonuses. Each corpse you consume fires a corpse lance at nearby enemies. Obviously going to be good when we are consuming corpses, right? It's going to basically do the damage of the corpse blow up as well as a corpse lance with it. So, really good. Each enemy you hit with Bone Spear reduces your damage, and that's about it. So maybe we don't need Blood as power. I don't want to use Devour because we want to use our Corpse Explosion. Bone Armor could be nice. Then we could drop our Blood for Power and change that into Standalone, which is going to increase our armor significantly. Allow us to be in there a lot more in the melee area. We're going to be doing a lot of melee, so Serration's not going to get as much value. But it'll still get value on things that are further away, right? And it's a good single target boost for when we're on our Rift Guardian. But is there a better thing that we can do? We're not using blood spells anymore, so we don't need that. Increases your life regeneration by 10% for each enemy within 20 yards. That could be good survival. Receive 1% damage bonus for each enemy afflicted with one of your curses. That's pretty good, but we don't have any curses on. What if we put on a curse and then we did exploit weakness with it? Drop. We can't really drop our only generator, right? Can we? No, because we need to be able to fire those. And we need to be able to generate back. We could drop Corpse Explosion. Well, if we drop Corpse Explosion, I like Corpse Explosion a lot, but let's just try this. Let's try Devouring Aura on Devour. That'll give us back our essence that we end up spending, and that way we can drop our generator, and we can build into like Death Nova, or even better, we could just throw on Frailty. That's right, that's why we're doing that with Aura of Frailty. So now we have 2 auras just sitting around us. Bone Armor. It doesn't deal that much damage, to be honest. Let's go Reap of Anguish. Alright. Let's just do a regular Rift and see how this feels. We can tweak as we need to. Okay. Look at my spells and make sure I know what I have where, right? So we have increased damage for every enemy that's within our aura here. As things start to die, corpse lances are automatically being fired off. We just spam our bone spear, and that'll generate corpses, right? If we need to, we command our golem to get some free corpses. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty effective. Can't forget our armor. Yeah, I think that's fine. Now, we're clearing the same thing as we were clearing before, but now we have a full set. So is that really good or is it not? I don't know if this is actually good. Because we were already clearing this without having an actual set, you know? So it feels nice. But would it be better to just use Corpse Explosion and double down on the damage? I don't know. If you had an Avarice Band and a Gold Wrap, this would be a hell of a speed farming thing. This is one of the things that's theory crafting while leveling up. Like, this would be so good for speed farming with an Avarice Band and a Gold Wrap. And the reason for that is, and a Boon of the Hoarder, of course. The reason for that is your auras that are around you that are applying these curses and causing the bone spirits to come from the, from everything. So now we're in a problem here where we don't have any mana to spend. So like we have no way to kill this guy. Because we can't devour anything, there's nothing on the screen to devour. So if we're not able to keep whites killed, then we rely on our command golem in order to generate corpses to get essence back. Which that's actually a bit of a bottleneck. So elites are a bit of a bottleneck if you're not able to burn them down quickly, like this. Bummer. Alright, let's drop Aura of Frailty. And we need to get a generator. Let's grab Grim Scythe with something. Maybe Curse Scythe. Each enemy hit increases your attack speed. Well, let's double down on this whole attack speed idea. We're going to obviously be dropping Exploit Weakness because we don't have a curse anymore, so that's now useless. So what could we use instead of Exploit Weakness? Maybe Swift Harvesting for even more attack speed. Let's just see if there's anything else we would rather use. %1 essence and life per kill while using a scythe. Our weapon is a scythe. So 1% essence is 2. So gain 2 essence per kill. That could be good. Let's try that. And yeah, let's try that for now. See how that feels. Make sure we're picking up stuff as we go. Okay, not bad. We could probably actually change Devour into our Corpse Explosion again, since we're not worrying anymore about essence because we have our scythe to do that. Just gotta remember to hit that R button when we have a corpse. That feels pretty good. Okay, let's see how it is once we have some density here. I didn't put any gems in any of these either. I should do that real quick. Do we have any cooldowns really worth reducing? So we don't really need a diamond in the helm. What could we do? Resource cost reduction? That seems like it'd be pretty good. We're pretty heavy on the resource cost with our spamming bone spears. Don't need the gold. experience is fine. Or life. Life percent's not getting much of an effect since we have such a low health pool right now. So either resource cost reduction. I think we're just gonna go resource cost reduction at the moment. Make those bone spears a little bit easier to spam. Oh, that feels good. That feels bad. That feels bad. I accidentally opened up my chat whisper. My shift R, I need to rebind. I'll do that I'll do that right now actually. Oh, it's not pausing it because I'm in a public game technically. Shit. Because I opened it up to the public. My bad, team. My bad. So I like the close quarters combat corpse explosion, but it's a lot harder to stay on top of exploding those corpses when you're also spamming your scythe and your bone spear. So I almost think Devour might be better than corpse explosion because of that. I need to be just spamming bone spear probably until I run out of essence and then switching. Like there's no reason to be really doing it the way I'm doing it with so many scythe attacks. Yeah, that'll be a lot quicker if we just spam bone spear. I would like to try a variant of this that uses Death Nova. And then like we go with the bone spear that does more damage as it pierces maybe. Instead of the attack speed one. Something along those lines. Okay, so we're gonna actually change back away from Corpse Explosion. Even though I love Corpse Explosion. The only way I can see it working is doing Final Embrace, but again, just auto-consuming those corpses seems like it's going to be better for us. Just to make sure that we're getting that constant damage out. And it'll make it so we have to use Grim Scythe less. We still need to have Grim Scythe on the bars for those times where we're not able to keep those minions locked down. Because that will happen on occasion where we run out of minions. But we can more or less spam our Bone Spear as much as possible here. And then if we run out, we can Grim Scythe. And we can use our Golem to launch more damage as soon as the shield drops. So that guy was kind of weird because he was shielding and we wasted almost all of our damage while he was shielded. So that's not a very good gauge of how this is working. But we're hitting for 23 million or so with our Bone Spear, which is pretty good actually. The attack speed we benefit from quite a bit because we're using a two-hander instead of the one-handed variant. Now you can go one-hander with a phylactery as well. It's also an option. Where did our treasure golem go? He's over that way. We don't want to lose that guy. We need golds. Might end up dying trying to kill him, you know? But hey, it's worth it. Got him. We need that golds right now. We just dinged 70, so we need them golds. Hey, Death Breath. Nice. We need that too. We should be able to actually probably move this up into T6, I would think, and be fine. Maybe have some survivability issues, but I think we'll be okay. Let's make sure we get our bone armor going again here. I wonder if we have like a corpse lance. The rune I'm using on my bone spear right now is the frost rune because it increases attack speed, and I want to be spamming out those bone spears as quick as possible. Because every time we consume a corpse, we increase the damage of our bone spear, and the more bone spears we can get out with increased damage, the higher our damage output is. Also, we're able to maintain the essence just fine with spamming bone spears with our Devourer aura that we have on. So that was my reasoning for it. I don't know if it's the best one to use necessarily, but I thought the attack speed would be worth it. Oh, okay, so the bone spear and power actually stacks. Wait. So does it use one charge when I throw a bone spear? Okay, hold on. I'm misunderstanding the set. Maximum of 50%. So actually, I'm doing it wrong. I don't want the attack speed. I thought it was going to consume all the stacks at once when you threw your bone spear. So instead of faster attacking, we probably want harder hitting on our bone spear. So what can we do that's going to be better? Maybe teeth. It's going to give that spray effect. Blighted Marrow could be good. 15% increase for every enemy it passes through. Or we could sacrifice health. I'm not so sure about the sacrificing health. Let's start with Blighted Marrow and see how that... Well, let's start with sacrificing health and see if we can sustain it. We have to change our key bindings real quick so that we're not accidentally replying with our shift key when we hit R. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Alright, that's less likely to happen. So it says on the it says on the set bonus it goes up to 50% damage increase, but it's only showing me 30 stacks. So that's weird. Is that a bug? Or am I misreading that? No, that's your damage reduction. Each corpse you consume grants your bone spear a charge that increases the damage of your best bone spear by 1,000%. Okay, so these are charges. Every one of these charges is 1,000%. So, no, actually, I think I was right. I think we probably want Crystallize for the attack speed because we want to be spamming as quick as we can on those. Let's try Teeth and see how that feels, but I think we actually probably do want Crystallize. And it'll also make sure our damage reduction stays up. Okay, Teeth feels pretty good, just because of the spread on it, but it's doing about half of the damage, it feels like. Because we were hitting for about 20 million before, and now we're hitting for like 13 million when we crit. But it's a better spread, so it might be worth it. Not sure, to be honest. Okay, we're out of essence. We're also attacking slower, so it doesn't hit as hard and we're hitting slower. So I'm not sure. Not sure on this. Teeth does provide us the good spread on our attack to make it easier to make sure we have corpses to consume. So there's a positive in Teeth for Teeth right there. I think I like Bone Spear with Crystallize better. Now knowing that those are charges, especially. I could see the Blood Rune being better for Greater Rifts though, since it's going to be harder to keep those charges up. Those charges are built by consuming corpses, right? I'm gonna double check that, but I think they are. Yeah. So I definitely think Crystallize is the best bow and spear to use with this build. I think it's the best one to use with the set, to be honest. Because the amount of damage you do doesn't increase with the number of stacks you have. These are just like counters, basically, that you spend for empowered bone spears. So every time I cast one, it spends a counter. So if I'm casting them faster, I'm going to spend the counters faster. But I didn't have any trouble keeping the counters up. That could change as we push into higher content, though. But we just instantly consume corpses and get it back. I don't know. I feel like the speed of the cast is better. And it also hits harder than Teeth because it's 450% as opposed to 300%. Better spread on Teeth. Easier to use, more user-friendly, but I'm not sure it's better in general. And we're going to close that out.
I must try this.
We're going to exit or leave game and try upping the difficulty. See if it still performs once we go up to a higher difficulty. Should we do Torment 4 or 6? Let's start with 6. We can always drop it, right? We're probably gonna have to drop it. I don't know that we have the actual damage reduction to do this. What's our life per second? 9,000? There was a passive that increases our life per second for enemies within 20 yards. 10%, so if we have... We could double it if we had 10 enemies within 20 yards. That brings up to 18,000 per second. I don't think that's worth a passive slot. Maybe. I think that this is better though. Just that essence and life per kill. This might be good, but we're not having to use our Grim Scythe very often. So I think Reaping is better. Let's try this out and see how it feels. Let's go into a rift. Oh, need to activate my bone armor. So here's where Corpse Explosion would be better, because I could have done that from a range and not had to have waited in close here.
I must wait longer. My essence is too low. I
Oof.
can't do that.
Oh, the pain. The pain is real.
Give it more time.
Jesus. Alright, so why are we dying so much? And what can we change to make that not happen? Too much standing in melee range to consume the corpses. As long as we have stacks, we don't have to consume, but we ran out of stacks because we are not able to consume. So... try that. That way we can blow them up from a range. We drop Grim Scythe in for like Siphon Blood if we need to, even Bone Spikes with Path of Bones again. I think that might be a better call. Oh yeah, that feels better. Yeah, so just using close combat Corpse Explosion was the issue. So I think Corpse Explosion still works, we just gotta use the Bloody Mess rune instead. Because there we can get our stacks up. And it's just fine. We just gotta make sure that we grab them as we rotate through. We can't just leave corpses on the ground, we gotta make sure we're consuming them. We are burning our staff. We're burning our charges a lot faster here though. So maybe we don't want the attack speed after all. Maybe we do want to go with Teeth or with Blighted Bone Spear. Not sure. More testing is required. It's definitely fun.
Not enough essence.
Okay, we're keeping our stacks up decently. We're spending them about as quick as we can get them. And we're not even spamming that much.
That needs to recharge. I need...
Yeah. I don't know, maybe Teeth is the way to go. As we push into higher stuff, we're not able to... The spamming quicker doesn't help us. Because then we burn all of our stacks.
That needs to recharge.
Since we're going with a more ranged build, we probably want to go with the Serrated Spines passive. Could help us quite a bit. Okay, so let's try a Blighted Marrow instead. And let's try out Serrated Spines. What do we sacrifice for Serrated Spines? Probably Reaping, right? Or Serration, rather. So 15% more damage, basically. Yeah. Go away, guy. I can't see what that hit him for, but it was orange. Make sure we get those stacks built up. Bit more skill in lining up your shots there. But that's a lot of damage, actually. 33 million. That's a lot more than we were doing before. A lot more. So what if we gave up Bone Spear and we put on a Corpse Lance rune so we could determine what is fired by our set bonus? Is that actually a thing? Brittle Touch seems like it'd be good. Means their chance to get hit is increased by 5% for 5 seconds each time they're hit with Corpse Lance. Ricochet would be really good. Stun, maybe? First, let's do Brittle Touch first so we can see if the effect is proccing. And then we'll change it to something else probably. Because I don't necessarily want Brittle Touch. I just want to see, yes, it is proccing the effect. You can see it in the color of the rune there. So good, good, good. Nice. Alright, so I'm thinking the Blood Rune might be the best one because it increases the damage of the Corpse Lance at the cost of health, but I'm assuming we won't have to actually sacrifice that health when we're using Corpse Explosion for it. Now obviously if we use Corpse Lance on it we'd have to, but we're not going to ever use Corpse Lance because we're going to be using Corpse Explosion. So we're going to test it by exploding some corpses here. We're going to use our Golem. Oh, of course, there have to be enemies nearby for that to work. Hold on. Uh-oh, it did sacrifice health. Darn, I was hoping I'd found like a little cheese. Found a little bit of cheese. Alas, not the case. It does do a lot of damage. Might be worth the health sacrifice. But maybe not. Stunning targets is really good for survivability. Ricochet is just to be good for clearing. So let's do Ricochet for now. I think Brittle Bones or the ice one is probably the best in general for pushing higher into rifts, higher into difficulties. This is going to be better for clearing, just in general. Alright, these guys are on top of me. I don't like it. It's not very nice. Luckily, I can kite him back through whites and increase the damage I'm doing based on that. So, that's good. Let's just get as many corpse exploded real quick as we can. Make sure we get our stacks up to max, or as close to max as we can. Before we move on, let's get that built up a little. Okay, there's an elite up here. Knockback, it looks like. Bit of a pain. That's okay though. Glad we built up those stacks. Cool. So nice thing is that the stacks stay built up for the Rift Guardian. So that's good. We'll try out Teeth again in a moment. See how that feels. The 30 million damage per Bone Spear feels pretty good. It's not too hard to siphon things into choke points to make sure you get value out of Bone Spear. It just takes a slight adjustment in playstyle. Teeth is definitely easier to use, more user-friendly in general. But I don't know if that necessarily makes it better, you know? I also don't know if the damage I'm getting from Corpse Explosion is worth giving up the utility that I would get from Devour. I can do the non-aura based Devour and get some other utility. That might be worth looking into as well. I mean, it is a good chunk of damage when things are in the middle of it. It's not something we scoffed at. It's definitely something. Let's try looking at one of the other Devour runes and just see what that would look like if we did that. Is Devour always proximity to you though? 60 yards, yeah it is. So we could get our much higher maximum health. Reduce essence cost by 2% for each corpse consumed for 5 seconds. So you could basically have free bone spheres. Or restore health. Would be really cool too. We could go cannibalize and then we could try blood spear. Let's try that out. Hold on. Now, I was gonna say we could do the numlock auto cast on our cannibalize. That would be cool.
Not enough essence.
That actually doesn't even do as much as the blighted spear does, and we're sacrificing life for it. Granted, it does the damage straight up, like we don't have to worry about piercing through X targets first before we get value, so maybe it's worth it. But I don't feel like it is, unless we have cooldowns that we're chaining with it. If we sacrifice this for like Army of the Dead or Land of the Dead, then it'd probably be worth it. Because then we could take the cooldown reduction skill. So we could go like unconventional warfare. And swap out maybe life from death. I don't know if we really need that. Although it's nice having those health globes everywhere, to be honest. But if we're getting life back whenever we consume, then we probably don't need it. So we can go blood as power. Actually, instead of Army of the Dead, let's go Land of the Dead. All corpse skills can be used at will. Every 10 seconds kills... Every 10 enemies killed extends the duration by a second up to 2 seconds, so it brings up to 12 seconds. More consumed. Let's try that. Let's see how that feels. See if we can get an elite here. I know we're clearing pretty slow because we're trying out a bunch of things. Thank you for your patience as I try things out. It's kind of what we're doing is testing though, right? That's what the test realms are for. I will make build videos for it eventually once I know what I want to do with it. But this is where I figured that out, so hopefully this is interesting to you guys. Well, that was pretty cool. Okay, so the thing I would change there is we would have the corpse lance that cost health to further reduce cooldowns there. So we might actually even drop the flesh golem altogether and just sustain off of Land of the Dead, because I think we could do that theoretically. Or we could drop this, because I think we could sustain off of. Yeah, let's do that. Let's keep our golem, because he can give us corpses. Let's go with corpse lance and blood lance. So we're spending health every time we devour, but we're also gaining it back. So we're not really spending it. Wait, how much are we gaining back? 3%. So we're spending 2% life every devour. It's a little risky actually. So let's see. So it's almost neutral, but it's not quite. In order for that to be sustainable, it has to be neutral. Because if it's not neutral, then we're slowly killing ourselves, right? Especially considering we have bone spirits costing health too. So we change Bone Spear to no longer cost health. We go with Teeth or Blighted Marrow. I'm partial to Blighted Marrow, but I'd like to try out Teeth again. Okay, so that's costing 5% of life. This is restoring 3% with Cannibalize. Is there anything we can do that will restore more? Other than the health globe. Doesn't look like it. Essence per kill and life per kill. That could potentially do it. Sustaining off of life per kill. Picking up a health globe removes the health cost of your next blood spell. That's what we gotta use. So we've gotta use that. And then we actually have to sacrifice our fueled by death because we're gonna need life from death as well. So we need life from death. This gives us health globes. This removes the health cost. And then this makes reduced cooldowns. I assume that we'll still get the reduced cooldowns when we have the cost reduced. Well, that didn't help. Alright, let's see. Oof. Okay. So, interesting. Might need more life on hit to sustain this. If we have some life on hit, that might be sustainable. It's definitely an interesting concept, because we can keep Land of the Dead up infinitely and just keep consuming.
There is no room.
And we have tons of health globes everywhere then, right? That's almost kind of broken. So instead of area damage, let's go life per hit. And let's make sure that we have in defenses all resist or life regen. I feel like maybe we want life regen instead. Okay, let's try that.
There is no room.
Oh, we gotta go salvage. Gotta make sure we have them, gotta make sure we have those mats for those rerolls and upgrades. Speaking of which, we should probably use Kanai's Cube to upgrade a Scythe and try to get a legendary Scythe. Wait, are there legendary Scythes in the game yet? Let's see. It might just, like, crash on me. It might be like, what the fuck are you doing? You can't do that. Stop it. Let's see. That's gonna be fun. Do I have enough Death Breath? I might not have enough. I do. Okay. So this is for science, boys. No item found. There are no scythes that are legendary yet. Okay. Fair enough. So what two-handed weapon are we gonna want? Because these are in there, they're just not in yet. Alright, so obviously not a Scythe. Not a Blood Brother. Okay, probably a Furnace is going to be the best bet, right? Fulminators, lightning, spiking damage, that could be cool. After killing 10 enemies, release a Poison Nova. That'd be cool. It's very Necromancer-y, right? It's not going to be good, but it would be cool. And Geom would be good for the reduced cooldown, but we don't need any more reduced cooldown. We're already able to maintain permanent uptime. We could go Rhymeheart, and then we could use the cold-based rune on Corpse. No, because we need to be consuming blood. So no, that doesn't work. We're not even really using our bone spear. We're just consuming corpses and sending that stuff everywhere. Okay, hold on. Odin's Spear, no. Maximus, it's got the fire damage. What has physical damage? Hey, peeps in chat, what has physical damage? I'm leaning towards Furnace. I think that's going to be straight up the best. Stalgard's Death, no. Which one has physical damage? That's got reduced cooldown. We could do it with a one-hander and then go with a unique shield in the offhand too. That provides us with some damage reduction. Maybe like a freeze of deflection or something. Schaefer's Hammer. No, we're not using anything that would work with that. I know that there's something that does physical damage by default. I'm just drawing a blank right now. I know it's not a unique effect. It just always rolls physical damage. I want to say it's a... What type of weapon is it? Is it a spear? I want to say it's a spear. It's a two-handed spear, isn't it? Let's do a two-handed mace and try to get Furnace. See what pops up. That's not a Furnace. But it's a damage upgrade. It's not a bad roll in general. Shouldn't be. We should be using an emerald in our weapon slot anyway now. Alright, well, life per hit could sustain us, but we're gonna need a socket on that. Hey, thanks, Daniel. Appreciate the kind words. Nope. Still too much to maintain. We have to get it to a point where it's neutral. Otherwise it just doesn't work. Maybe if we spam it less and we weave in the blood spears, we'll be able to do that. Perhaps we're spamming it too much. That's why the blood spears, or why the spear's there, not blood spear. Teeth. Yeah, I think that'll be fine, actually. It's almost maintainable to a point where I don't feel too nervous about doing this. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. We should be able to clear a higher torment too with this. Oh wait, there was a Land of the Dead rune that gave health per kill, right? Cool. This feels good. Alright. Instead of doing Shallow Grave, let's do Land of the Plenty. You're healed for 2% of your maximum life when you kill an enemy while Land of the Dead is active. So that should be enough almost to stabilize, I believe. almost enough. If we kill quick enough, it's enough to stabilize, but without killing quick enough, it isn't. Alright.
Give it more time. You will make a fine score.
Not bad. Cool. Definitely need that crit hit damage in our weapon. We don't need that life per hit, I don't think. As long as we're careful about not killing ourselves. We maintain a balance of Bone Spear and Corpse Lance. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's taking a little bit of tinkering. We definitely need to re-roll the weapon to have a socket, no matter what. Hopefully we have enough gold and materials to do that. We'll drop the life per hit to get the socket. Theoretically. Actually, the more life we have, the more likely we are to die from sacrificing life. So, we want to maintain a relatively low health pool, enough that we're not getting one shot. But it's going to be an interesting balance, actually. It's more back to that whole vanilla Diablo thing where your lower health pool but higher resistances are important. I think with this we can definitely go back to crystallize though. So we have the attack speed when we're firing off stuff. Feels a lot better. The teeth just feel too slow with a two-hander. I think teeth are going to work better with a one-hander in this case. If you go one-hand and shield combo, which there may be a legendary combo, which that's worth it. I'm not sure. But at the moment, the attack speed of the crystallize feels a lot better. Or maybe even just the damage of blighted. I don't know. So in this case, I didn't have quite enough to maintain permanent uptime there because I wasn't spamming. So my bad. But we're fine. Just gotta avoid the affixes for a second while we get it back. Got it there. Cool. I could see Ingeom being good for just making it so that you can constantly command your golem whenever you run out of, if you're in between Land of the Deads. Like, that could be an argument for Ingeom. Because it's a, what is it, 60-second cooldown on that? Reducing it by 10 seconds plus the cooldown reduction you get for sacrificing corpses. That might be worth it. Or maybe we go with Blood Rune just so that we can reduce cooldown if we end up getting in a situation where we kill things too quickly and then we don't have our Land of the Dead up. That could be a argument that could be made too. Oops, wrong way. Now we're weaving our bone spears in while we're spamming those corpse lances. Not bad. You're the Bone King, you impale your hostiles. Yeah, man, you know it. And this isn't even labeled as the Bone set. Labeled as the Bone Spear set, but it's labeled as Plague, which is interesting. It's not really Plague. This one feels a lot more bone-based because of the Corpse Lance aspect. Maybe they're trying to hint at something that we should be doing that I'm not doing. I'm not sure. This feels pretty effective, though. We only have one legendary gem on too at the moment. It's not even leveled up, so getting a couple of those will push us to a much higher torment level, which we'll be doing a Greater Rift next. We gotta push our Greater Rift level up so we can queue into a higher torment and also make sure we have the items that we need, or the legendary gems that we need. We were trying to get a socket on our neck piece, but maybe we should just upgrade that. We don't have enough Death's Breath. Let's go kill an elite and then upgrade our neck into a legendary and hope it rolls with a socket. This is like infinite fucking health globes. This would be great for a group. It's just infinite health globes. You have that globes. You have that ZDPS monk in with you who gathers up the health globes. It's like interesting. It's interesting. Did we gain Death Breath there? We didn't. We killed the elite, right? Oh, we're at Torment 4, so it's not guaranteed. Duh. Not used to that. My bad team. Rip. It's easy to accidentally kill yourself. Get too trigger happy with that Corpse Lance. The Land of the Dead. Spamming those Corpse Lances is just so fun. The other way you could go is instead of going with Land of the Dead, you could just go with like Army of the Dead and try to reduce cooldown that. But I think Land of the Dead is better because you just constantly have those corpses to reduce your cooldowns. But if you go with Bone Spear instead, you could do the same effect but do it with Army of the Dead and be at probably less risk. I think it's lower damage though. I think it's considerably lower damage. Oh, I'm not even trying to chain things, I'm just looking for elites. So weird. Such a weird build. Such a weird build. Pretty damn effective though. I don't fire my Bone Spear off quick enough to probably be worth using Crystallize though with this variation of it. So maybe, I don't think Teeth is the way to go because we already have plenty of AoE damage. We need more like targeted single target that we can direct where it goes. Because our AoE is already off the charts. Like, we don't need to worry about that. So I feel like maybe what we want to do instead is do something along the lines of that Blighted Marrow rune on the Bone Spear, because it's going to give us that targeted single target damage. Blood Spear is also obvious choice, but we're already sacrificing so much health with our Corpse Lances that we can't really do that. This is pretty mobile too, because your teleport is up pretty often. Because every time you sacrifice any health, it reduces your cooldowns. And that, like all your cooldowns. So this is extremely mobile. I actually think we should drop the Bone Golem, or the Meat Golem, in favor of Army of the Dead. Or possibly Bone Spear. Bone Spirit. Because that cooldown is reduced every time you consume a corpse, right? So wouldn't that theoretically be like infinite Bone Spirits and insane amounts of single target damage? But isn't that Army of the Dead cooldown more damage? I feel like it probably is more damage. Questions for the ages. Alright. Goal. Farm blood shards until bone set FPS drop causes 10k bones and globes. Yeah, man. You know it. Alright. I suppose I should actually put the emerald in the socket. Let's craft it up to the highest we can. I think it's just gonna be flawless, but that's fine. Better than nothing. Should be a good damage boost. Let's actually also upgrade our yellow gems while we're at it real quick. As well as we can anyway. Not gonna be able to do much. We're pretty fresh here. Yeah, not gonna be able to do much. We're pretty fresh. Ain't no big deal. Oh, we got a bunch of Paragon there while we were goofing around and thinking. Theory crafting. Are we gonna try dropping Bone Golem for Army of the Dead? I don't know which one of these is the best, to be honest. I feel like Death Valley is. Because then you can throw your Bone Spear through them when they're gathered up. I think Blighted Morrow is the way to go here. Because we're not throwing it too often. Let's go and up it to Greater Rift 21 and see if we can do that. It's above Torment 4, which is what we're at. So let's see if we have the survivability to do this. One of the big things with this is making sure we pick up our health globes when we can. We have enough of them on the screen, God knows. That's not an issue. Look at that, just health globes popping everywhere. Okay, we don't have the cooldown now, unfortunately. So we have to be a little bit careful. See what we can do here. Take a little damage on purpose. Try not to die. Rip. We burned our Land of the Plenty, our dead thing when we shouldn't have there. What we should have done is left all those corpses that we had over there still up so we could come back and consume them. But it's fine. This will be fine now. We got it. I think it's important that we make sure we refresh our cooldown on our Land of the Dead before we move on. It's also important if we grab the fucking globes. You guys saw nothing. Again, you saw nothing. It's bad I want to just take damage there. We need to make sure we get our cooldown up. We need to make it to the next pack. Damn it, we didn't. So with sacrificing a generator here, and our golem was a pseudo generator. If we don't reduce the cooldown enough to get up our Land of the Dead for the next pack, then we essentially are SOL. Reaper's Wraps would be really insanely good, actually. Because then that could sustain us when we don't have Land of the Dead, just by going back and picking up some of those health globes that we left behind. Not killing ourselves would be good too. Maybe we do go back to Blood Spear just for the purpose of reducing Land of the Dead cooldown when we goof up. Alright. Then we'd have two distinct phases. One where we burn Corpse Lances with Devour, and one where we are casting Bone Spear to get the last little bit of our cooldown back. Which would make a little bit more sense. That way we're getting more use out of our 6-piece bonus than we're doing currently. That was pretty good. It's definitely an elite killing type build. So if we had Ingeom, we'd be able to teleport infinitely. So cubing an Ingeom seems like it would be needed for this build to be like ultra effective. I don't really want to burn another Land of the Dead right now because I want the cooldown up. I could have definitely burned it there and gotten him dead really quickly, but then I wouldn't have it for the next thing, and then we'd be out of essence, which would be a bummer. Speed pylon might be good here. Let's get to the next set of enemies. It's pretty good at clearing out as we go too. Just clearing white trash as you run. As long as you maintain enough white trash to keep up your Land of the Dead for the next elite. I'm not actually keeping my stacks on my bone spears high enough to keep the damage reduction fully up, which is a bit of an issue, actually. So I need to be spamming my bone spear more because that damage reduction would be another key thing to making sure that I don't kill myself like that. Okay, let's burn our E. That Waller though. Oof. Ooh, that's sucking though. This is a bit of a pain in the butt set of enemies. So if you get screwed on an elite pack and you lose it, you straight up lose it. It's a high momentum build. Gotta use our bone spears very wisely here. Gotta wait till that wall drops. Oh! Oh! Jailer, Wormholer, Frozen Pulse, Arcane. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. There were 2 elites there. That explains a lot. Alright. That was terrible. Jesus. So instead he wins the race. Okay. Shield pylon, that'll be nice. Time to see if we absorb 2 shields.
I must wait.
Okay, so the damage actually penetrates penetrates shields, which means the shield from Molten's Wildebeest Gizzard or whatever could be what we need in order to sustain our life force against enemies while we use our health pool as a resource. We didn't have quite enough to reduce the cooldown for the Rift Guardian. Okay, we got it now. We just have to be really careful to make sure we avoid his shit. Still picking up health globes and all that too. Cool. We did it, boys. We did the thing. We got a focus. No, we got a compass rose. Nice. Nice. Now if we can get a Traveler's Pledge, that'd be fantastic, actually. That'd be really good. What a lucky break to get that so early. Each hit done increases healing received by 1% for 5 seconds. Stacks up to 10 times. Eh. Meh. Alright. Oh, let's keep leveling up our Bane of the Powerful. We need some Death's Breath, so we might need to go and do a regular Rift. Because we need Death's Breath to upgrade our necklace. For sure. I think we need Death's Breath just in general to reroll things, right? Is he not fully trained? Nope. We don't have enough gold to train him either. That's depressing. That's really depressing.
Impressive.
My power has grown.
Okay. Throw the legendary gems we don't need in here. I think that Gem of Efficacious Toxin isn't bad in general for this, but it's not what I would use. So we're not gonna worry about rolling too hard for a socket at the moment because we already spent all of our gold trying to do that earlier and it was stupid. So let's just do a regular Rift. Get the 3 Death Breath that we need. We only need 3. We should be able to get that within 1 Rift, I would think. Even though it's a T4. There's one. Okay. Gold pickup radius would be pretty good here for this build. Actually, it'd be really good. That way you can ensure that you're getting those health globes that are everywhere. Actually, Avarice Band might be best in slot for regular rifts. If this is what you're running. Because it picks up your gold pickup radius. Gold pickup radius increases your health globe pickup radius too, right? Or is that a separate stat? Is that a separate stat? I think it's the same stat. Oh, I guess that could be used for there's a primary called like Life Funnel or something like that. One of its runes is something along the lines of suck in all health globes in the area. That could be good for this, actually. So anytime you find yourself getting low, you just do that. You'd have to give up something though. I don't know what you would give up is the problem.
The grave beckons.
We've already given up about everything that we can give up. I guess we'd have to give up our Army of the Dead for that actually. But it would add a lot of survivability being able to suck in all the health globes on the screen. Let's try that out. Siphon blood. Oh, something's killing us. Alright. We want siphon blood with the pull all globes within 40 yards in. Yeah. Yeah, that's handy. That's handy as shit with this build. So anytime we start getting low, we just hold shift and left click. I forgot to hold shift and left click. I also forgot to repair, apparently. My bad. My bad. I think I'm actually going to make it... my E, because it's too easy to actually... my brain. It's easier for me if it's on the E than on a left click, because if I'm alternating between shift left click and shift right click while spamming R, I think I'm gonna fuck something up. I have enough blood shards I could buy another set and test out another set too. But right now I'd like to continue working on this one. But that is definitely something I will be doing. But first I'd like to get a build video out for this. So I want to do a bunch of testing first with different options. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, it's actually really nice. We just become like a vacuum for globes. And we could just drain life on the enemy if we had to, but it's kind of a waste of time, where our main use of it is just simply to suck in health globes in the area to replenish our life. Alright. I like that. It's pretty good. We are giving up one super powerful cooldown in Army of the Dead, but I don't think we need it if we can keep the sustained damage up of this build without being at risk of dying. I think we definitely have to cube an Aquila Caress, though. Well, no, because we don't have permanent uptime on our life, do we? Or on our resources.
Give it more time.
Yeah, if we had the Reaper's Wrap, then we'd be back up to full essence automatically whenever we sucked in stuff too, which would be pretty good. I call this the Corpse Lance build. This Bone Spear is like an afterthought here. That felt dirty. That felt dirty.
That needs to recharge.
The night embraces you.
So I'm going to use my Q to reposition for sucking in globes and for avoiding affixes. That's the main idea here. My Q is my teleport. So I'd like to work it in so I'm able to stand still, spam Corpse Lance, and spam Bone Spear a bit more than I am. We're going to try out Teeth one more time. Give it another go. Because I want to use Teeth. I really like Teeth in theory. I just haven't found a way to really make it work in practice, you know? And this build seems to use physical damage for the most part, so if we can stack physical damage and use Teeth instead, that'd be better. We're at a point right here where we couldn't get to any of the health globes because we were blocked off, so that was an issue. Frozen is a pain in the ass.
I can bring that down.
So I don't like the fact that that time spawn thing is also in regular rifts. Wait, was there a respawn timers in regular rifts before? I don't think there was there? Maybe there was. We need corpses. We need Reaper Wraps. Shit. Because then we'd have resources right now to hit them. Reaper Wraps and maybe Blood Spear. Or just Reaper Wraps. That would be enough. We don't need to double up there.
Give it more time.
Interesting.
The Rift Guardian has arrived.
Need a bit more effective health, I think. Or a bit more all resist, probably, actually. To be able to resist the affixes like lightning and frozen. That's going to be a big thing. So Esoteric Essence might actually be needed. Hey, hopefully it's the Templar Can't Die relic and I can get Templar in here to tank stuff for me. It isn't. Bleh. Alright, well we should have gotten the, yeah, the Death Breath, the 3 Death Breath we needed to upgrade our neck. We could upgrade neck or belt. I feel like neck is the better choice on the off chance we get the Traveler's Pledge, which would give us the Endless Walk set. So let's gamble on that and see if it happens. It didn't. We got a Haunt of Voxo. When you stun an enemy, we're not going to be stunning enemies. But it does have physical damage, so that's good. And it's got life per second regen, so that's good. We have even less health now though, so that's kind of bad. Let's throw in a health gem into the helm. Maybe we should be throwing all resist instead of intelligence gems in here. Actually, we probably should be. Treat it kind of like a crusader. Ooh, cancel. It's a lot of gold. Get more health there instead. God, gold is so limited right now. Holy shit. This actually blows my mind. Not used to that at all. Let's get a little bit more toughness. Alright, we do not have enough Death Breath to get another one. So I think we should do... I feel like Greater Rifts to level up this gem might be worth it. But... or to get an Esoteric Essence. But I feel like we need Reaper's Wraps too. So let's go kill Malthael. Rather, let's go die to Malthael. I don't know if I can actually kill him. We'll find out. See if we can get the Reaper's Wraps recipe. Is there a passive we can get that like just ups our survivability a ton? Other than standalone? I don't think that's doing much for us, to be honest. Not really. That's about it. You cannot lose life for 4 seconds after casting Land of the Dead or Army of Simulacrum. Let's try that. Let's try that. Bullshit, we can't. Wrath must shield my ass. Let's try it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, that's... But see, the downside to that is then we're not reducing the cooldown as we're spamming it. But then we could reduce the cooldown with the Blood Spear, right? Maybe. That might be okay. That might work. Maybe. I'll try it out. We're invincible for 4 seconds after using that. And then we reduce cooldowns. Definitely are going to need an Obsidian Ring of the Zodiac. For reducing cooldowns when we use our resource spender. It's going to be a thing. I feel like Avarice Band for non-greater rifts might be the way to go.
Give it more time.
So yeah, that kills the cooldown on that though. Doing that. It definitely helps you survive and do more damage quickly. And we have lots of health globes all over the place that we can use. I'm not sure I'm sold on that though. Because the entire build basically functions off of the idea that we're going to have to be generating reducing our cooldowns there. So if I replace this with something else, I guess it would be fine. But that suck-in is a nice effect. Is it worth it for a primary though? So now we're at the point where we have to reduce cooldown simply by blood spearing and then siphoning life, probably. Oh, that hurts. Not so sure it works. Maybe. Maybe it does. Not sure. Yeah, I think it's fine. We just have to be careful about what blood spears we chuck out when we chuck out blood spears in the early part of it. Yeah, I think that's fine. I almost feel like this should be a regular generator instead, though. Good, we got our Reaper's Wraps. Wasn't guaranteed, so. Well, let's they've changed that. It used to not be guaranteed. But I think that'll help us a lot too, Reaper's Wraps. I don't know if there's something that's better. There might be, but... Alright, so we need Act 2 and Act 3 bounty materials. Okay. So that sucks, actually. It means we have to go do a couple bounties in order to craft those. I think that we have enough mobility that we don't really need the suck-in. Though the suck-in is nice. I think we have enough mobility that we don't need it. So we could do something else there. If you really stacked a ton of life, you could do blood spikes, and then you could absorb some of the damage from the enemies. But I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if that's worth. Let's go do a bounty. We need Act 2 and Act 3. Let's start with Act 2 because I hate it. Let's just pull off the band-aid and get it done. Enter Storm of Halls, kill 100 enemies, then kill Mage Lord Skorma. Yes, sir, let's do it. I think killing 100 enemies will not be an issue. Well, the nice thing here is that we can sustain health by just putting the damage over time, life leech effects on a bunch of enemies. So if we have enough density, we could theoretically sustain our life. Because I assume it's 0.5 per enemy. Oh, I'm not paying attention. Obviously the health globes are the main way we're sustaining our life, but this gives us a buffer in between health globes, right? Alright, we need to find the Mage Lord now.
That needs to recharge.
This world can abide you no longer.
Not really noticing the difference. We do have a really low health pool though, so maybe that's why.
I have long waited for this knowledge.
Get that movement speed boost. Is that him down there? Maybe? I swear I just saw, yeah, I saw a legendary effect, or elite effect rather. Frozen is pretty much the bane of our existence. So maybe... I was saying maybe we have to grab the ice immunity necklace, but it's pretty rare. Plus, I don't think so, because we're gonna need Traveler's Pledge or Ancient Walk. Or we're gonna need Endless Walk set for the damage reduction. Reduce some of the damage we deal to ourselves, maybe? That's gonna reduce our cooldowns. It's gonna make it smoother, though, and less dangerous. It'll also reduce the damage we take from enemies. Maybe the goal should be to stack as much health as I can so that the damage I take from enemies is less impactful, and I'm more just straight managing my health through Corpse Lances. I don't know, this is really a weird way to think about the game. It's really unique. It's up here, right? Pretty sure this is where it is. What if you... There's a blood set, right? What if you were able to combine the Corpse Lance bonus from this set with the blood set and ignore the Bone Spear aspect? Just thinking out loud. Like, wait a second, did we go from one bounty zone to another right there? Hold on. I think we did. Now the Bone Spear is a 6-piece. So you could get the 2-piece and then build blood set. 2-piece plague and then build blood. What the fuck? Up there, huh? How do we get up there though without leaving the zone? Can we teleport with our blood walk? I think I can right there. Nope.
Give it more time.
Cross up at the waypoint. Derp. My bad. My bad, boys. I was too into thinking about what I was doing. So, what are the blood bonuses? Blood set. Blood Rush gains the effect of every rune. While at full life, your healing from skills is added to your maximum health. Up to 100% more. You're healing from skills. All the things I'm doing that are healing me are also damaging me. Spending 10% life grants you a stack of Blood Cascade. Each stack of Blood Cascade increases the damage of life spending attacks by 200%. Also increases the life you lose by 10%. Using a skill to heal will consume a stack and heal for an additional 300%. I have no idea if that would math out to balance. But we could try it. We actually have the shards that we could just buy that set and see. Because we're going to test that set later either way. Because that could be an interesting take, because then we could maybe even drop the Bone Spear and just focus more on running around and corpse lancing everything. And the build would be pretty much exactly the same. We would just be able to drop the Blood Spear for... Actually be able to drop both of these for cooldowns, basically. We wouldn't have anything other than just... It'd be a cooldown build similar to the old Bombard build for Crusader. Or to the Legacy of Nightmares Bombard. Kind of run like that, where everything's built around cooldowns that you could use. And then just spamming your Devour and having the Corpse Lance proc. I think that'd be pretty good, actually. It might be broken, but the thing is, I'm not sure it's sustainable. Like, it depends on, like, those numbers. Like, you're taking 100% more damage, but you're also healing for 300% more. So is that going to balance out or not? I don't know. I really don't know. Sorry, I should be doing this bounty, huh? Focus, 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 Xanthus, focus. My mind gets going on something, I want to just talk it out and think it out and theory craft it. I don't focus on things I should be focusing on sometimes. Alright, looks like all those guys are cleared. Should be able to open these cages. Look at all those globes everywhere. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a cool idea though. If it works. So 300% more. Alright, let's math it out real quick. So we're taking damage from our corpse lance, right? That's our only source that we're taking damage from that we're causing. And our corpse lance is doing 5% life to us. So that is increased. The 5% is increased. Spending 10% life grants you a stack of Blood Cascade. Each stack, so every 2 times we devour, we're going to get a stack. Each stack of Blood Cascade increases the damage of life-spending attacks by 200%. So it's going to take that 5% and it's going to bring it up to 20% life, right? Yeah. So it's going to go to 20% life every time we devour. Ugh. But also increases the life. Oh, wait. No, it's the damage. Okay, hold on. No. I can read. Increases the life you lose by 10%. So is that 10% of 5%? That's 10% of 5%. That's not very much. That's an extra 0.5%. Using a heal will consume a stack and heal for an additional 300%. Yeah, that should be sustainable. Alright, let's finish this bounty and then we're gonna go grab that set. Thank you for giving me the dumb shit arrow. That should be very sustainable, actually. Let's try it out. While we're getting this set of bounties farmed up, it's a good time to test. Alright, Goat Man, give me the blood set. 500 shards? Yeah, let's do it. Come on, Ancients. I assume they're all the same set pieces, right? Hands, legs, torso, feet, shoulders. Yeah, it's all the same stuff, so it's interchangeable. So whatever rolled better for us is what we'll use. Okay, so both of these have CDRs. Those are pretty comparable. So I think we keep the boots probably from the Necromancer set because those look like the better boots. This is slightly better. The blood shoulders we have are slightly better. I think, actually I know that that's better. That's much better actually. Okay. Our helm is better here, so we're going to keep that helm. Oh, we can't do it, can we? We can't do it. Because at best we can get 5 pieces with the Royal Ring of Grandeur. Rip. And we need that 6-piece set bonus to make it work. Rip. Rip our dreams. If there was a set piece that didn't align, let's see, it's feet, feet, hands, hands, head, head, right? Like they're all interchangeable with each other, aren't they? Yeah, so we can't make that happen. Because you need one piece that's in a different slot in order to make it happen. That's too bad. I mean, that makes sense. It'd be a little bit too powerful. Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll look at the blood set later. Right now we're still working on this particular build. I'll throw that in our inventory. Alright. Rip. My bad, boys. My bad. Sitting over here obsessing over it, it's not even possible. Dang, I was so excited too. I think just having the Reaper's Wraps would be a major difference for us here.
That needs to recharge.
I have trained well.
Alright, Sycro Caves.
This world can abide you no longer. This will be a challenge.
I'm curious as to what the effect of every rune would do on Blood Rush. Like, I should look at the runes and see what that... I know you automatically would not take damage. You would gain armor. You would heal. What else is there? Gain armor, heal. Leave a corpse behind. Remove health costs. Provide an additional charge. And it wouldn't double the health cost, so you get 2 charges. That's pretty cool. That's good mobility.
Give it more time.
The grave beckons.
Okay. Splendid chest is always nice. Cool.
Now it's just like, man, you gotta have that time when you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
I feel like there's something I'm missing. Some way to balance this just right. So I feel like I'm taking a little bit more damage than I need to be. That's the end of that bounty. Oops. Let's go to kill Belial. I'm excited to try out that blood set. It sounds interesting. This set, the build I'm making for this set did not turn out the way I thought it was going to. I was thinking I was going to be using the close quarters combat rune. But when I was trying it out in practice, it didn't feel right. Maybe if I tried it with Land of the Dead and Corpse Lance? No. No, because then I wouldn't have enough healing. Yeah, it just didn't feel right. Maybe I'll sleep on it and think of some way to make that work, because I'd really like to make this build work with Corpse Explosion instead of Devour. Devour just provides so much utility with the healing and with the ability to reduce cooldown, so you can have Land of the Dead up more. I done goofed up, so now I don't have my Land of the Dead, but now I have a generator, so it's not a big deal. Oops, where you at? Okay. Probably want to wait till I get the cooldown back on Land of the Dead, huh? Before I go in and fight Belial, but nah, I'll be fine. We have to kill his little minions first. Ain't no thing. Yeah, ain't no thing. Starting to get to a point where we're killing stuff a bit easier at this torment difficulty. We should be able to move it up soon. Trying to save the cooldown for Belial himself. Make sure we don't lose it on the transition. Which we're about to do right here. Damn it. Burned him too fast. There we go. Oops, we stood in his fire a little bit. Don't do that. Maybe we didn't. Fist missed. Don't get hit by his first fist attack. Good eye. Without dying and without getting hit by his projectiles or meteor attacks. Kill max level and torment on 2 minutes or under and kill Belial. Cool. We got achievements and stuff. Always good. Nice. Alright. You know what? Maybe Invigorating Gemstone wouldn't be so bad for this build. Each hit done increases healing received by 1%. We're doing a lot of self-healing. And we're getting a lot of healing off of globes. I would assume it applies to that too. It would also make us immune to crowd controlling effects. This might actually be useful for once. I'm not sure. But it might be. That's a weird thought. That gem is always useless. The fudge. Creepy little bugs. Holy Necromancer fodder. Well, that gives me my cooldown back. missed a pool of reflection up there I need to go back for. Okay. Destroy the altar. Okay. Like, is something gonna happen? That's a creepy ass area. Cool. I'm actually gonna switch out for the armor rune on teleport instead. The 5-second cooldown. Teleport lasts 2 seconds. We're reducing the cooldown. We can, in theory, keep it up a lot more often. Yeah. Increases our toughness by quite a bit. Alright, let's get that real quick. No reason not to have that. Alright. Act 2 bounties are done. Easy enough. Oh, look at those recipes. Look at all those recipes. More importantly, we got that, which is what we needed for the Reaper's Wraps, right? Yes. So now we need to do Act 3. But let's see what recipes we got. Wall of Man, Bitterness, Asheras, Cataclysm, Two-handed mace. We could craft that. Didn't I just learn that? There it is. Oh, it's the lower level version of it. That's stupid. That's weird. Okay. Weird, weird. Okay. Pendergast, Canes, Oghilds. Bracers, huh? Reduce damage from ranged attacks by 4%, and it has Thorns damage on it. I didn't know about those. I wonder if Crusader could use those for their Thorns build. You gotta use Invoker's Bracers for that. Quiver, Dagger. And one-handed mighty weapon's not gonna do us any good. We have Covet's Criterion Shield. Covenant Criterion. Take 51% less damage from all blocked attacks. Not likely to use that, because I don't think we're gonna use a shield, but we'll throw it in there just in case. Depends when the unique legendary items for the Necromancers are added in. All these things, the one-handeds. We don't know what the powers on these are going to be. So it's hard to say if we're going to want them. The phylactery, though, there's a phylactery right here that's kind of cool. I think that this would, once this comes out, we should be able to make a corpse explosion build with this set that we're using right now. That's effective. So that's exciting. That also seems like it'd be really good for this build that we're doing right now. Stop you from dying when you nuke yourself down. Alright, let's go do Act 3 real quick. See if we can figure out any other ways to tweak this and make it better as we go. I feel like the Siphon worked out better as far as 24 essence, and this gets 15 essence each time damage is dealt. Like, I feel like this is probably better. It's because it also sucks in the health globes We can walk to the health globes though. We're having this for the essence. So shouldn't we just be using a Psy instead for the essence? I think so. Let's try that. See how it feels. Let's find some actual enemies first before we pop our cooldowns. Alright. Come out, wherever you are, enemies. Okay, this is exciting. Die, Crane. Hey, legendary potion. Hey, it's the all resist one. Nice. That's actually something we need. Cool. There's a legendary. Or not legendary. An enemy. You know what I mean. Oh, we done killed ourselves, boys. So the instant res automatically takes 25 seconds worth of time. So it adds 25 seconds to your cooldown? Is that what it's doing? I'm not sure. I think that might be a bug. It's only supposed to be in the greater rifts. I could be wrong though. Feels like it doesn't belong. Alright.
Give it more time.
I have long waited for this knowledge. Your death near.
Alright. Let's make sure that this is up when we get to the siege breaker. We don't want to use our cooldown right before then, do we? I don't think so. I think we're good. We can start teleporting around and be fine. Oh, there's a little bit more to go. I didn't realize how far we were from it still. Alright.
That needs to recharge.
We're gonna have to kill these guys because we can't just walk through them. Which means we need to make sure we get our cooldown back for our... Nice. Wailing Host. Legacy of Nightmare set. Always good.
I must wait.
Oops, 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 ah! I clicked my Paragon. Yeah, I done goofed by not keeping my Paragon. I think I'm gonna have to probably restart the leveling process, but for tonight we're doing this on stream. I'll do that off stream. I won't make you guys sit through the leveling process again. I'll do that off stream.
I must wait longer.
I done goofed. I want the death breath from these guys. That's the only reason I'm bothering with them. Now we have a problem though. We didn't get Death's Breath. Let's identify this real quick. Okay. Is it strictly speaking better than our other ring? Nah, not really. Not really. Alright, let's do this.
Give it more time.
And here we go. Beautiful. House globes. Making a breakthrough. Kill the siege breaker, beast mode, do it in under a minute. Cool. Cool. Conquer the Khazra Arena. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Where's the Khazra Arena at? Is it gonna get? It better give me a dumb shit arrow because I have no idea where I'm supposed to be. Wait, hold on. 3 guardians. Conquer the Khazra Arena.
This would be a challenge.
I have no idea. Hopefully this is one of the guardians and one of the arena areas I'm supposed to conquer. Oops, I done goofed. Sometimes I space. Alright, here we go. I really need those Reaper's Wraps though, for real. It'll make this build function so much smoother.
Give it more time.
Bane of the Stricken is going to work really well with this build because you hit things so rapidly. Kind of like the Crusader Hammered In build. I think you might even hit things quicker than you do with the Hammered In build. Dang, I was hoping I could do that. Alright, so I have to be outside and go up that way instead. Okay. We can do that. We can do that.
That needs to recharge.
up here. Uh-oh, we ran out of our cooldown. The time between the waves was an issue for us. I think we'll be fine though. There it is. Okay. Next up is the Tower of the Damned. Kill Goulash. Yes, we are killing Goulash. Alright.
Give it more time. I have trained well.
Electrified is also a bit of a pain, actually. Take quite a bit of damage from them. Oops. Alright. Gorog the Bruiser. And that'll be the end of these bounties. And we can craft our Reaper's Wraps and move on from this. Oh good, it's Ariat Crater. It's a nice easy one to use. Alright. Alright. I really want that Death's Breath. There it is. Alright, we gotta kill a few more enemies and then the unique elite. We goofed. We goofed. We teleported into a wall. Goofs were made. Goofs were made. Stupid wallers. Get me every time.
Give it more time.
There he is. I say he's gotta be coming up, right? There we go. Alright, that is the end of that. I swear I was teleporting, guys. Might be losing it.
Your deeds should be reviewed.
All right. I don't know why I'm even looking at that stuff. This is stuff that matters a bit more. Alright. Helm of Command. Earth Shatter. Venom Husk. Guardians Jeopardy sets. Oddkills, Borns, Guardians. And then we got a couple jewel crafting recipes. Cool. I don't think we'll be using that, but just in case. Alright, we can craft our Reaper's Wraps now. Bracers. Could also do Hilds. Could we? Not really. That might be okay. Waste. Actually, that might not be bad. It's 8,000 life per gem per second, plus we gain the movement speed that we can put our Paragon directly into intellects. Phew, I don't know. Or Reaper's Wraps, where it restores resources when we grab health globes. I feel like Reaper's Wraps are the way to go. I feel like these are the way to go. It would have been better if that would have rolled physical or crit. That'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Chromie, by the way, hates me. He thinks I'm the luckiest motherfucker ever. He might be right. He might be right. God. Here, have some ancient bracers. Here, have the roll you want on your first reroll. Okay, thanks. Thanks, please. Okay. Where's waist? Am I blind? Belt. Just that. Okay. We don't have that, so... And we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that right now. It'll be fine. We'll upgrade our belt next in the cube. Alright. Let's try Torment 5. Before we do, decision to be made. I think I'm actually going to go with the Siphon Blood rune still. The drain life on Siphon Blood. We'll see if this works. I better repair first. The Rathma's shield I'm not sure about. Because it makes it harder for us to get the cooldown reduction if we don't have density. But it also saves us a lot of life. Maybe we do need to go with cooldown reduction in the helm. If we're doing the Rathma's shield. Because then our natural cooldown reduction actually matters a little bit. So low. Our cooldown reduction's so low.
Are you ready?
This will be a challenge.
Oops. I grabbed the wrong rune on the drain life. Oh well.
I must wait.
Very much grabbed the wrong rune. My bad, boys. Oh well. It is what it is. It'll be fine. We have the Reaper's Wraps now for the Essence. That might actually work out better for us. We'll see. That actually might work out better for us. Because then if we need to, we can stop and just drain life from something. And then if we need Essence, we can just go grab some globes. Which we'll have plenty of everywhere. Well, we can just go grab globes for life, too. The Reaper's Wrap solves most of our issues, actually. We probably don't even need a signature spell anymore. We don't need a primary. We can swap out the primary back for Land of the Dead, probably. It could be a good oh shit, I need to stay alive moment type ability though. We could get bone armor. Bone armor would be really good. Huh. Yeah, Reaper's Wraps are nice. Uh-oh, mistakes were made.
Weakness consumes you.
Give it more time.
All must serve the cycle.
Okay, this is better because now we can sustain our spears off of globes if we need to between Land of the Deads, and there's a lot less of between. There's a lot less moments where we're between as well. So this feels a lot better in general. Okay. And we're also doing more bone spears because we're able to keep that essence up between, which allows us to keep the stack damage reduction a lot better. I do think that we can definitely drop the Siphon Life though, and go with either a defensive or offensive cooldown there. I'm not sure which one's better.
Give it more time.
Dang it.
That needs to recharge.
There we go. Yeah, I think we might clear this one, guys. I think we might just be able to clear this one. Reaper's Wraps made a big difference.
That needs to recharge.
Wallers are actually kind of an issue. So illusory boots with Royal Ring and Grandeur might be needed, or illusory boots in the cube might be needed. Because Wallers are a pretty big issue. Them blocking our bone spears and trapping us in bad situations. We do have teleport, so if we see something's a Waller, we can just try to do a better job of saving a teleport for that. Might be the way to go.
You will make a fine corpse.
Alright. I do think that we want to swap out for bone armor is my first instinct because we need the survivability. We could go Land of the Dead, but we don't need more damage. We just need to be able to survive the damage we're doing to ourselves. And that straight 30% damage reduction is going to make the cooldown lower, harder to maintain, but it's also going to make it smoother damage intake and staying alive. So I think it's worth it. Hopefully it doesn't break the entire build. But I think that's the change we'll make. Looks like we got an Enforcer, which is a pet gem. It's going to be good for one of the other builds that we're going to do later. So that's good. For now, we're just going to level that one up. Okay.
I am returning to town.
I'm not sure which potion that is, actually. Oh, that can help us deal with walls, too. I think we need the all resist, though. More than we need that.
I understand so much more
Alright. Level 22 Greater Rift. Easy enough. The more we can climb, the better. Wait, do we need that much movement speed? 8%? Yeah, we do. Because 25 is max, so we need 12%. Alright. Can you get any death breath out of that? Nope. Suppose we shouldn't expect to. Alright, we gotta move up. 24. Our goal. Oops, I forgot to change what I was gonna change. Oh well. We'll do that next time around. Our left click is just a dead slot right now, more or less. Like, we don't, it's not really needed. I could use it in an emergency situation. Those moments where I'm like, oh, I done fucked up. If I just remember to left click, I should be able to live through it. Okay, good enough. Oops, wrong way. That moment when you just stupidly teleport in the wrong direction. Let's just kill our life real quick. We're doing this to reduce the cooldown on our Land of the Dead. And then we're just going to pick up some of these globes. Okay. It's probably not needed, honestly. Uh-oh. Alright, this is a moment where a left click comes in handy. It was all calculated all along. Fuck you and your vortex. Uh-oh. Mistakes were made. Nope. Didn't live through that one. I done messed up my cooldowns. We're goofing up a lot here, boys.
That needs to recharge.
Alright, so something I've got to remember to do is make sure that I have my Land of the Dead cooldown up before I go back and grab the health globes from the elites. Because otherwise we end up screwing ourselves over pretty hard.
Give it more time.
Do not fear the end.
Alright.
This world can abide you no longer. Decay and rot.
That needs to recharge.
Alright, we're stacked up on our damage reduction from our bone spears now. So that should help us be a bit more survivable.
The night embraces you.
I do think that bone armor would have been very, very helpful here. So, I done goofed on that one.
My insight grows.
Okay. So the damage we do to ourselves goes through the shield, but it does not go through Erasmus' blessing shield. That's kind of interesting and weird. But we cannot kill ourselves with our own damage. I just tested it there. So we cannot kill ourselves with our own damage. So if we have an invulnerability shield, we can bring ourselves to essentially 0 life and be fine. It's just kind of weird. Weird thought, but this might be a problem. When our shield wears off, this could be a problem. There we go. Just in time.
The night embraces you.
Okay, our cooldown is up, so we can take time to go grab those globes. And then keep clearing. Stupid Waller. God dang it. We're gonna die. Waller and Frozen. Oh, it's the nightmare, boys. At least it's not shielding. At least it's not shielding. We're fine to grab these. Our cooldown will be up before we run down to that next pack.
This world can abide you no longer.
Channeling pylon. Yeah, that's fine.
I must wait.
Oh great, it's him. Why is he frozen? What am I freezing him with? Oh, my weapon has a chance to freeze on hit. That's actually really, really good. Okay, cool. Alright, we wanted that one. The wildebeest. We want that one. That's good. Good, good, good. First, let's finish getting this one up, though, right?
I need to go back.
Alrighty. We're doing the thing, boys. We're doing the thing.
I understand so much more now.
This wand laughs at my death. Oh no, so there's a chance to charm enemies when you hit them. That's cool, actually. So chance to charm enemies. They're pretty close in damage, or chance to freeze enemies. Area damage. Let's try out the other one. The freezing was really nice though on that Rift Guardian, but let's just try this out. See how it feels. The more aggro we can take off of us and put somewhere else, the more we can easily control how much damage we're taking. And the more control we have, the less we have a chance of dying. Alright, we want to swap out this for bone armor, right? Could also take frailty. Nah. Well, we could do the leech curse. Cursed enemies have a chance to heal the attacker when they're struck for 1% of their total health. When a cursed enemy dies, you are healed for 200% of your life on kill. Enemies that die while cursed spread the curse to nearby targets. Each cursed enemy increases your life regeneration by 752 per second. Whenever a cursed enemy dies, your potion cooldowns reduced by 1. Healing you for 0.5. I think we're going to try this. See how it feels. Especially if we end up putting the Molten Wildebeest Gizzard in. Let's swap out those and throw in the Molten Wildebeest Gizzard. So now our life per second is 2,500, and then an additional 700 per enemy that's hit. That sounds good. Okay, we're going above Torment 6 now. Let's empower this so we can get some more gem upgrades.
Embrace.
That foe will die.
My curse seems to have a pretty high chance to charm. interesting. I wouldn't have expected that, actually. Okay, so Tormentor appears to be pretty good. I suppose we are doing damage like crazy, like tons of damage, right? Okay, so it turns out the leech curse was exactly what we need. Exactly what we need. We might not even need the potion spawning everywhere with this. Nah, still do just to be safe, right? Gotta make sure we get the curse on people though, right? That's important. Oops. Shit. No, we still want the potions because we want to be able to use the Reaper's Wraps. We still want the health globes because we want the Reaper's Wraps benefit. Alright. This is pretty cool. What's the attack I'm using? Basically, I have Corpse Lance with the Corpse Lance that sacrifices... you know what, actually, I will show you... I'll have to kind of hover over things to show you. But after this grift, I will show you the build. I'm still working on fine-tuning it. But I think I'm almost there. I think I'm almost there. But Corpse Lance is this thing you see flying everywhere, but I'm proccing it off of Devour and Army of the Dead, or Land of the Dead, which I'll show you. It combos with the set bonus that I'm using. So I'll show you after the grift. God, you know it would be nice if I had a S of Johan. That'd be amazing. Actually, that'd be really good. Sucking people all into one area so then I can throw the bone spear through them. Oh, if I could get that on a follower. Gravy. Uh-oh. Mistakes were made. Oh, you know I should get the one that makes my curses last forever. That way I don't have to keep reapplying them. That's definitely something I should do now that I have a curse in the build rotation. There's also one that increases damage based on curses. Based on enemies cursed. That could be really good too. That could be strong. I don't know if I can fit it in though, with passives. That might have to be a Hellfire Amulet. Unfortunately, I can't even pull up my skills right now to look, but... But I do know it's a thing, so... Alright. Intense.
Give it more time.
That's a dead end, so let's go this way instead. Power pylon? Sure. Shit. Now we're fine.
Give it more time.
Stupid. Frozen. Pulses. Ooh-wee. We're getting there, we're getting there. We've almost got this build completed, I think. The ideas behind it anyway. Still not sure what weapon combo to use. Not sure what rings to use either. I think Convention of Elements is what you're gonna want, but I'm not sure. What do we get for Ouroboros and Slash of Knives? Okay. It's slightly better than what we have. We'll wear that. And Ouroboros. It's better than the Haunt of Oxo that we have in pretty much every measurable way. So we'll wear it. We got our 5 upgrades on our gem. That's good. Alright. So, no hands can. To answer your question about what the frick I'm doing and what the attack is, basically, there's an ability you have called Corpse Lance, and it'll blow up a corpse that's on the ground and send its bones flying at an enemy. Okay, so I'm using the rune that sacrifices 5% of my health every time I do that. Now, the set bonus I have is every time the 2-piece set bonus is each corpse you consume now fires a Corpse Lance. The Corpse Lance will inherit my rune that I'm using, so I'm never actually casting my E ever. I'm just consuming corpses with my Devour, which consumes corpses within 60 yards and restores 10 essence. So every time I hit Devour, it will consume any corpses in the area, and it'll basically fire off those Corpse Lances. It'll restore 10 essence and 3% of my health. But I'm losing 5% of my health, and then restoring 3. So I'm essentially losing 2% of my health for every corpse I consume. Now on top of that, though, I'm casting Land of the Dead, which makes it so all corpse skills can be used at will. Basically, it gives me infinite bodies to consume with Devour, and I can just spam Devour while Land of the Dead is up, and it'll send those corpse lances everywhere. You're healed for 2% of your maximum health when you kill an enemy, but I'm still losing 2% maximum health every time I devour a corpse, and I'm devouring a lot of corpses, as you can see. So then to counteract that, because we're still at a net loss on health, we are going to be taking the leech ability, which curses an area to have a chance to heal when I hit them for 1% of their health. I think that means 1% of my health, but I'm not sure. Also, every enemy curse gives me 751 regen per second. And then I go with Blood Rush Potency to give me additional armor whenever I teleport with my Blood Rush. My passives are Life from Death, so every time I devour a corpse, which when I have Landed Dead up is all the time, it has a chance to spawn a health globe. That's part of how I sustain. Blood is Power is the key to the build. Every 5% life loss, so basically every time I consume a corpse, because that does 5% with a Corpse Lance, every 5% life loss, all your remaining cooldowns are reduced by 1%, which is important because that's a 120-second cooldown on Land of the Dead. So the Blood is Power reduces the cooldown as I spam my Devour. Now, I also am taking Rathma's Shield that makes it so I can't take any damage for 4 seconds of my Land of the Dead. It lasts... it doesn't save. I think it lasts 10 seconds. So for the first 4 seconds, I don't take damage. I don't reduce cooldowns. That's the time period where I can stand still and nuke the shit out of things. And then after that, I need to be moving, kiting, grabbing globes. But it doesn't reduce cooldown during that 4 seconds with Rathma's Shield. And then I took Standalone for more armor, 100% more armor, which also stacks with the 100% armor after teleporting. So that's the basic build at the moment. I am still trying to figure out, I need to tweak a few things still. I'm thinking about dropping Standalone and grabbing Curses Last Forever. Or possibly Exploit Weakness, receive a 1% damage bonus for every enemy affected by one of your curses. Not sure. Oh, and I'm using Bone Spear with the blood for additional damage and sacrificing health for cooldown as well. And when I'm immune with Rathma, I spam this along with my Corpse Lances because I don't take damage and it does a lot. And our set also increases the damage of this by 1000%. So I'm thinking Exploit Weakness might be good. Or this would be really good because it will just it'll keep the curses up and keep that life regen up. Not sure it's a big deal though, having to recast it. How long do curses last? 30 seconds? That's not a big deal at all. So I think Exploit Weakness is what we'd want to go with. So we'd be sacrificing some survivability for 15% damage, basically. 1% damage for each. Oh, for every enemy. Wow, that's a big boost. As long as I can survive, that'll be worth it. I'm not sure I'll be able to survive, though, without that armor. So that'll be interesting to see. That'll be interesting to see. Alright, let's go buy one of the other sets. We're going to keep working on this particular build because I'll make a build video for it eventually and upload it. Alright, so we have Blood, we have Blight. We need to grab the reanimation set. That one I'm pretty excited to test as well. We're not going to use it right now though. We're going to keep working on what we have. Ooh, Ancient. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. Alright. We don't have any more Greater Rift Keystones. We're going to leave this game and up the difficulty to Torment 6. Because we know we're capable of doing that now. Because we just did a Greater Rift that's higher than Torment 6 without any trouble. We can even maybe go... We'll try Torment 8. See how it is. Without that armor, we might just die a horrible bloody death. We'll see. We'll see. We can drop it if we need to. Torment 4 to Torment 8 is quite a jump. We're gonna do a regular rift for another key, another Greater Rift key.
Enemies of the Nephilim surround
Ooh, 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 that hurt. Yeah, not sure it's worth sacrificing 100% armor. It's a lot of damage reduction we're giving up for that curse damage. I'm really not sure it's worth it. And we're hitting harder, right? I don't know how much harder we're hitting though, since we jumped up so much in Torment difficulty. And I didn't pay attention to what it was hitting for before. I think it was hitting for about 30 million on my corpse or my blood spheres before. Now it's hitting for 50 million. I'm not sure that's actually worth it. Stupid nightmarish jackass. Feels like it's going slow. And fuck Juggernaut though. Oh my god. I think we're gonna have to drop it. We're not quite ready for T8 yet. We're not dying, but we're not killing stuff. Let's go T6. I don't know if it'll adjust him dynamically or not, but we're kiting him with us. Yeah, it looks like it adjusted him dynamically. Alright. That charm is really nice though. When they get charmed. Feels good. Justice Lantern. Is that could be any useful? Yeah, I guess. It's a little bit more survivability. Not really though.
Give it more time.
Oh, what a waste of a cooldown. God damn it. What a waste of cooldown. Speaking of,
That needs to recharge. Give it more time. My essence is too low.
forgot to cast my curse. I killed that weapon rack real good.
That needs to recharge.
Not enough aids.
Alright, let's go down this way.
Do not fear the end. I understand so much more now.
Alright.
I must wait.
Oh, it sucks. That just ruined our cooldown on that. Hopefully we can get it back up here quick enough.
I need essence. That needs to recharge.
Nope. Wow, that density though. Really? Okay. Right.
This world can abide you no longer.
Give it more time.
Alright. It's real bad density on this particular rift level. That charm effect is actually really handy on this weapon. It might be worth keeping for pushing. Yeah, that's one of the passives I'm using. It's Life from Death. Consuming a corpse has a 20% chance to spawn a health globe. And then I have Landed Dead where I'm constantly able to consume corpses. Then I spam Devour and it procs my corpse lamps. TLDR. It's pretty crazy actually. And just think, this isn't the blood set. This is the Plague / Bone Spear set. In theory. I'm running it more like a blood set though, I guess. So this seems like the optimal way to do it. Not sure what those guys do. I assume you're supposed to avoid those little things on the ground, but not sure.
Do not fear the end.
Alright, here we go. If we could get some density here, we'd really be rolling.
Decay and rot.
That needs to recharge.
I'm just gonna ignore those guys. They take a little too long to kill. Let's just grab one of these instead.
Give it more time.
Yeah. Then we're back to our cooldowns.
Might needs to recharge.
Actually, I had to use a potion there. Alright. Yeah, there are globes everywhere for sure. It reminds you of Hada Barb. Yeah, I never really played that Barbarian spec, so I'm not too familiar with how it ran, but I know it did a lot of health globes, like the Whirlwind or something, right? Brought health globes. Something like that. Not really ever played a Barb. Oof, this is bad. I done goofed.
My essence is too low.
Alright, here we go. It is definitely possible to maintain pretty much permanent uptime on this. I'm just messing up a lot because I've been streaming for 5 hours and it's 5:30 in the morning for me.
Give it more time.
I actually feel like these guys are probably wasting my time. Like I shouldn't be trying to kill them. Shouldn't be messing with them. I should just be moving on. Moving on up. Oops, I'm going the wrong way though.
That needs to recharge. My essence.
And then I don't do that. Those reasons. Oh, I want that death breath. Alright. No, it's just Hada spamming Hada. Oh, okay. Unlimited resources if you equip the bracers. Don't remember name. Okay, gotcha. I also am running Reaper's Wraps so I can restore essence with I assume those are the braces you're talking about, maybe? Reaper's Wraps. I'm running that to restore restore my essence.
I must wait. Give it more time.
Alright.
I understand so much more now. This will be a challenge. Weakness consumes you.
Give it more time.
I think I might have overpulled here.
Give it more time.
Stupid fucking Waller.
I must wait. Give it more time.
Alright. I didn't overpull, I guess. Thought I did. Is that all the yellow golden globes? I want to grab all the health globes in case I need them. Alright, just consume, spam this, consume those. Okay.
You will make a fine sword.
The Rift Guardian has found you.
Alright. First T6 rift cleared, technically. Alright, that gives us 2 Greater Rift gems, which is what we need. We're still not leveled up on either of our Greater Rift gems, and we're missing a 3rd one, so far, far, far from optimized. Don't even have a full set yet. We're getting there, though. Ooh. Might actually use that. So I gain 13% chance to block, which will be my only chance to block because I'm not using a shield. But when I do, it'll give... Wait. Gain damage reduction equal to 50% of your block. So I'll get 7% chance to... Or 7% damage reduction. Is that right? Let's see. %13 chance. So half of that, 7.5%. That's not bad. It's not actually going to block any damage. It's just going to give, because it said blocked attacks have their damage reduced by 0. So it's actually just going to give me that flat 7.5% damage reduction. But meh, it's still, the yellow I had isn't much better, so that's fine.
I have long waited for this.
If I used a one-hander and a shield. If I used a one-hander and a shield, maybe. Maybe that'd be pretty good, actually. If we used like an Ingeom and a shield. No, I don't know why you would use a shield though. Is the thing. Like, I can't really think of a whole lot of uses for a shield here. By the way, is this PTR or is it still closed beta? It is still closed beta. I spent about 3 weeks sending emails to Blizzard's PR department every other day for like 3 weeks until they gave me access to it. I'm like, hey, I stream. Can I please have access, please? Eventually, I think they just got tired of hearing it and gave it to me. I have no way to actually prove that's true. It's just my guess. Let's get a... I'd like to maybe throw that in there. So let's get a socket in here. And drop the armor, I guess. If we can get it to roll for us. If not, oh, it looks like we're out of topazes. If we can get it to roll into a socket, that'd be fine. If not, I'm fine with that having physical damage for now. But we need it to be a socket ultimately. Or to find something else that has a socket there. No luck. Okay, we'll leave it as physical for now. See if we can go up as high as 28. I don't think we need the exploit weakness. I think I would rather have something else there. I mean, it is extra damage. But the extra survival seems like it's better. Then again, as we were pushing higher, we were struggling with killing things, not staying alive. So maybe not. Well, we'll give this a go. This is the highest grift we've done, so we'll give it a go with this. 28, it's just short of Torment 7, I think. Everything else is what we want. Yeah, it looks like it. We don't have anything in the cube either, in Kunai's. So we haven't really got anything worth extracting to run bounties for. Fuck. Yeah, I think we definitely need the survival of the armor instead. Oh, I'm not casting my curse. Okay, hold on. Can't speak yet. Can't say yet. I rubber banded back into him there. Not that that was the reason I died. It wasn't. Well, I mean, it was, but it wasn't. Like, that wasn't the only reason I died there. Not sure we have enough survival like this. Maybe we'll be fine. We'll see. Conduit Pylon there was very lucky. Gave us the boost we need to catch back up. We're starting to fall behind just due to stupidness. By stupidness, I mean my stupidness. Not RNG or anything else. Just my own stupidity. Oh, it's shielding. That sucks. Try to get the leech curse on as many things as possible. Please come with me, Mr. Elite Man. Yeah, my bad. I might be getting tired.
More time.
I still think a furnace would be like ideal here, but I don't have the death breath yet to cover rolling for one of those. I mean, that's what we tried to do on our first go around here, but we got something else instead. It's not a big deal. It's worked out fine for us. Okay. Boots of Disregard would be really good, because they would let us stand still and get more life regen, and just stand there and cast. That could be really good. But then you'd have to use a Royal Ring of Grandeur. Still, might be worth it. shield pylons are great. Can literally sit there at 0 health and just nuke and keep sacrificing health. It's really fantastic actually. Is this the way? Yeah, this is the way. Okay, it's about to drop, so I need to be a bit more careful now, because the enemies can actually do damage to me too. Oh, that sucks. We're still streaming? Yeah, we're still fine. That sucks though. RIP. Servers are busy. What? What? Problem loading the game license. Seems buggy. Alright, we'll restart our game and see if that fixes it. You never know. Haven't seen any Spanish streaming Necromancers. Yeah, I don't know if I have either. Holy shit, should have done that too. Because it was my intention to be streaming if I had access to Necrobeta. Spanish stream since I'm from Spain. Gotcha, man. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't think about it until the first round of invites had went out. Otherwise, I might have gone in on the first time. Yeah, I fixed it. Good. But once the first round went out, I saw that people had access. I was like, God, I'm dumb. And I started emailing. So it's not too late, man. You can still take the time and sit there emailing them and try to get access. It sucks that we lost that Greater Rift we were almost done with. So we lost that gem, or that Greater Rift Keystone. Not normally a big deal, but when you only have 2, kind of sucks. I don't really per se like this particular map because it's a little bit hard to see what's going on. The fog out makes it a little bit hard to tell what's going on. But it looks cool. It's just makes it harder to play. Aesthetically, I love it. Gameplay wise, not in Greater Rifts. Regular Rifts, sure, don't mind. But if it's going to cost me progress in Greater Rift because I can't tell what I'm doing, I can't tell where things are, I get hit by affixes, that's not okay. It's the same thing with that Greater Rift that has the faded out white look. I don't like that one either, for the same reason. That's okay, that floor was short. Like, there's an ambience here, but it doesn't make it too hard to see what's going on, you know? So the poison on the ground could actually be a bit of a problem for us with this build. Because if we accidentally walk over it at the wrong time because we don't see it with everything going everywhere, it could mean the death of us. Channeling pylon up there. This guy's a pain in the ass. Stupid shielding bastard. Jeez. Uh-oh. Went the wrong way. Rip that cooldown. Got a little bit of it off anyway. Stand in some poison. Reduce the cooldown on our Land of the Dead. Mistakes. They were made. The liquors are painful. Same with the race. Ouch. I really love that instant res thing now that they have in. Fuck. And we're broken. Alright, revive at last checkpoint. Let's go repair. I knew not repairing there was going to bite me in the ass. That's okay. We'll still beat it with plenty of time to spare. Plenty of time to spare. God, these liquors are fucking rocking me. I have to be a lot more careful about what I'm spending, I guess. Just use it a little bit slower, I guess. Yep, it's up for the next set. Alright. Fucking liquors. I think I'm gonna just try to get to the end of this zone. Bypass these guys, if at all possible. Uh-oh. Ah, I love it when I charm them. Feels good. Alright. Fuck you, Lickers. Alright, X zone. Thank goodness. Ooh, I like this. This is pretty. Okay. Cool. Unfortunately, yeah, as I say, we're gonna probably lose our cooldown. Yep. This guy is probably the worst Rift Guardian to get on this particular build. For that reason right there. We have decent mobility though, I guess we can avoid most of it. Yeah, we're fine. Whew. Got 2 of the skeleton set armor pieces.
My name is Ash. When the champions of ages give you have a gym. Hello.
Alright, that'll get us 24, not quite 25. Unfortunately, we lost that one gem, or that one Rift Keystone, because of that disconnect. Just kind of sucks. What did we get there for what did we get there for a legendary gem? We already have both of those. Did I not pick one up? Oh, esoteric. Good. So I'm not sure if we want Esoteric Essence or if we want Invigorating Gemstone. Because we do so much self-healing, like so much self-healing, and we have to take damage. So esoteric might not work.
My master would take pride in this.
So I'm not sure. Not sure. Damn. What I have is better. What I have is much better. Okay. Rip hopes and dreams. Okay.
Prove yourself.
Give it more time.
Where do you think you're going, Treasure Goblin? Bitch, please. Another pair of those boots that I have ancients of already. Okay. Oh, that's right. I should see what it feels like to run bone armor instead. If we run bone armor instead, picking up a health growth removes the health cost of the next blood spell. This effect can stack up to 3 times. I'd rather just do standalone. No shortage of health globes, but we do want to be able to make sure we get our cooldown low enough to refresh it. Bone armor feels nice. We feel less like we're completely gonna die at every single second of the day. We can actually stand still and do some stuff. It's pretty good. Plus, it's a little extra movement speed. It's never bad. Oof. Okay. Jesus. The destruction was real.
You will make a fine corpse.
Give it more time. My wounds are closed. Give it more time.
Fuck you, Wood Race.
I must wait. That needs to recharge.
I understand so much more.
They have so much health, jeez.
That needs to recharge.
Took a while.
I must wait.
Near.
That needs to recharge. That needs to recharge. My essence is too low.
Alright. I don't know if I like this better or not than the leech, life leech curse.
I must wait. My essence is too low.
I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Whew, getting worn out.
Give it more time.
Yeah, I definitely think I need the Ingeom. And the cube, if not equipped.
The Rift Guardian has found.
beat up there.
My bag is full.
No. I need that. God damn it. Don't disconnect me. I need that. Boys, I think our dreams just died. I think we just got a screen freeze. Hopefully the stream's still going. Ooh. That was a full driver crash. Oof. Did we get it? Alright, we got it. Did we get it? Where's the... Okay, there it is. Sorry about that, guys. Not sure what happened there. That was like... That was intense. Let's see. You guys still getting stream? Yeah, you are. Okay. Alright. I think that I'm going to have to work on this more later because I'm getting real tired. I'm real hungry. So, thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you did, make sure to like, favorite, share, and subscribe. Make sure to leave a comment as well. Thank you so much for spending some time with us today, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Peace out, YouTubes. Bye.